Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I'm liking this side, so I think I'm going to stay on this side. Before you didn't greet me. Can I just ask everybody to take their seats because we are going to make a start. I'm loving the fact that there are a couple of new faces, so thank you. So my name is Remy Akinvolu. I'm going to be one of the speakers today as well as the facilitator. So today we are here because we are talking about money, everybody's favorite subject. So in a few minutes I'm going to invite I'm so sorry. I'm tongue-tied because I'm used to calling him Pastor O, but for today he wants to be called Omaomi Efoye. I'm going to introduce him in a few minutes. So I'm going to introduce him in a few minutes, and then we've got Michael, who's also going to be talking about money mindset. You've got myself talking about budgeting, and you've got Bros T, who is going to be talking about, he's going to be talking about how to make your money go further and touching on life experiences as well. So without further ado, and I'm going to allow Pastor to also talk about the vision as well. So without further ado, please can you put your hands together for Pastor O?
Micah's not working. Oh, my arm isn't working. Okay, all right. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome. We are excited to have you here. We've been looking forward to this. Where do I start? My name is Omaomi Michael Efoye. I have an interesting background. Let me give you just a very, very brief idea of who I am. I'm the husband of one wife. And I've been married to her for 39 years, and this year we'll celebrate our 40th wedding anniversary. She has to be an incredible woman to have lived with me for 40 years. We have 2 children and 2 grandchildren. And my background is that I have a first degree in literature in English and a master's in communication, mass communication. I've worked in the media, newspaper, radio, and television. And then for 13, or the greater part of my earlier work life, for 13 years, I worked in a bank in the corporate affairs side of things, dealing with public relations and policy. I grew up in Nigeria. In 1996, I relocated to England to start a charity, a registered charity. And I was with that one for 14 years, and thereafter started another one, which I have been with for 6-7 years. 10 now. Where did the years go? It's that charity that is responsible for this event that we're having today. It's called Chapel of Life. I'm one of the directors, and that's essentially where this has come from. But the vision is based on an incredible man who walked the earth, and something was said about him that everywhere he went about doing good. And it's interesting that he never had a building that was his headquarters, and yet he was able to get so much done and to transform the lives of those who walked with him. and then to teach them to transform the lives of those that they encountered. So in the place of one of these days, as we pondered on who we are and what we're called to do, I got this vision of, I saw us in a building, a very big building that had many rooms. It had a big meeting hall, and then it had many smaller rooms. And in each of those rooms, as I went into each of the rooms, I found that people were being taught life skills. I saw a cookery class, I saw a poetry class, I saw a class for a computer class. I just saw there were people teaching, and so they were teaching people from the community, and I got the picture of the name. It came to my heart, and I saw THEO, THEO, and I said THEO, and I know that THEO is the Greek name for God. So I thought, that's interesting. Is it a God thing, and is it a religious thing? And it was like, no, not religion. This is an expression of how you can reach out, and then I got the acronym technical hub, empowering others. So I shared the vision with my leadership, and we started trying to give legs to the vision, and we try to crystallize the vision, and the goal is that as we gather together as a people, we have all kinds of skill sets. We have all kinds of incredible talents, and this has always been in every organization that I've worked, and that's actually the way of life. That once 2 or 3 people gather together, you have an incredible gathering of skill sets. And those skill sets are not just there for you to show off or to make money for yourself or to make your life more comfortable. Yes, you must make your life comfortable, because you can't help others until you help yourself. It's from the place of self-love that you reach out and love others and help others. So, but it just came to, it hit me that we have a tremendous, a phenomenal amount of skills when we gather, and how do we use these skills to empower others? And so we started to think of in our weekly gatherings, what do we do? How do we reach out to the community? And one of the initiatives that we have is that every Sunday, as we gather, we ensure that we support a local charity. So we've been doing that for the better part of 10 years. Every Sunday, so one charity gets at least £100 from us as a group. That's part of how we want to reach out to the community and be a blessing and take of that which we have and bless and empower others. But we also realize that there's a lot more that we're called to. How do we impart what we know? How do I get people to benefit from what I have? So we started looking at, and we thought the first place to start is with, money. That's interesting. Why would we want to start with money? Yeah. Why would we want to start with money? Yes. Well, the first thing is this. After your faith, and everybody has faith of some kind, we have faith in the supreme being that we call the Almighty God. After your faith, money is the next most important thing to you, as a person. I know you talk about family. Yes, family is probably second on the scale, but to look after a family, you have to have money. That's why no young man ever gets married unless they have a job or a vision or a business. It's crazy to say, oh, we'll get by on love. you don't buy groceries with love. You buy groceries with money. And even in that wonderful book, the scriptures in the Bible, there's only one thing that God compares with himself, and it's money. And he says you cannot serve God and money. He calls it mammon. You can't serve God. So money is very, very, very powerful. The good book tells us that money answers all things. There are certain problems that once you have money, you don't need prayer, you don't need NHS, you don't need counselor, you don't need anything. There are just some problems that it is money that solves it. If you are homeless, money will get you into a house. If you are hungry, money will put food on your table. And so on and so forth. So money answers all things. Another thing about money is a defense. It's a defense. Okay? There are certain things that rich people don't suffer. All right? So, So, putting all that together, we decided that yes, money would be a good place and the best place to start. And so we decided that we'll start with the money workshop. And like I said, since we gathered together and we have an incredible body of talent, we decided that we would tap into that body of talent and start seeing how we can make what we have available to one another and to the larger community in which we're domiciled. And so that's what has given birth to this wonderful meeting today. And I am really, really excited to see you all here. Thank you for taking time out to come and to come early. And I know that it's a Saturday morning and there are just so many other things that you could have been doing, but you are here. And I assure you that you are going to be richly, richly empowered. You're going to take away wisdom. And the only thing that I'm going to ask of you is this, that you avidly take notes so that you have a record of everything you're hearing. And then when you leave this place, that you avidly apply what you have learned, what you have heard. And I know you may be an expert in some of the things that are going to be talked about, but you'll be surprised at how little things have slipped in, and little things that you've forgotten, little things that you knew that you are not giving heed to. You have to pay the more earnest heed to these things lest they slip away. So I encourage you to please give your full attention to what is about to be released to you. Before I hand over to Remy, just a few housekeeping rules. If you step out the door and to your left, right at the end of the corridor, the toilets, if you need to use them. There is no fire drill, so in the event that you hear the fire alarm, run through that door. I would have said follow after me because I will be out that door first, but as they say, the captain is usually the last to leave, so I don't know why they say that, but so I'll let you run out first, but please run out fast enough so that I can get out too. Yes, okay, all right. So you just run through that door. We have teas, coffees, juices, and all that. And we're expecting sandwiches as well. So, yes, all that's left for me to say to you is welcome once again. And I can assure you that you will not leave this place like you came. Amen. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, so I have the pleasure of introducing our next guest. Now, before I do, I actually met Michael last year. He was doing an event, a Christian event by Shola. And myself and Nadia, when we first saw him, we said, yes, he's going to be at our event because he is packing so much knowledge. And you guys are just going to be blown away once you hear from him. So here's a little thing, his bio, here's his bio, and I'm gonna read it as it says. Michael is a certified Proctor Gallagher mindset coach, helps entrepreneurs overcome the crippling mindset block that holds them back from success in their business. By addressing the root cause of the mental block using scientifically validated techniques, his clients experience mental clarity, develop a growth mindset, and achieve substantial results. Now, that in itself is quite a lot, because I always find that you can know about how to manage money. However, if you do not have a good relationship with money, it's dead wax. So that's why I felt it was really, really important that we get someone like Michael to come and basically help us to unpick any scarcity mindset that we may have towards money, and just basically help us to develop a better relationship when money is concerned. So without further ado, can I introduce Michael and get him to come and give us his presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pastor Oremi, Nadia, and the team for inviting me to be here. How's everyone doing today? Is everyone doing good? Yes. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Like Remy said, my name is Michael Ajay, and I'm going to be talking about mastering your money mindset, unlocking a wealth perspective in challenging times. I'm really going to be setting the foundation for what's going to be an absolutely incredible day today. Now, before we get started, I'm going to do a quick activity with you guys. I want you to take 60 seconds to find numbers 1 to 50. It's going to be bigger, and I want you to find numbers 1, don't cheat, go here, 1 to 50. You have 60 seconds to do that. Let me get my phone. I'm going to time you. And I want you to write down, so once we stop, you let me know what number you're on. Do you understand the rules? Yes. So you're finding the numbers 1 to 50. You have to, in order. So you have to find 1, look for 2, look for 3, look for 4, until you get to, so you go through 60 seconds. You ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can in your head, in your head. In your head, in your head. And be honest. Don't lie. All right, we're halfway. Twenty more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, Anyone get 50? You got 50?
Yes.
Wow, well done. What's your name? Make a clap for her, please. 50, our only person to get 50. Anyone between 40 and 50? No. What about 30 to 40? Okay. 20 to 30? 25? 10 to 20? 1 to 10? Don't lie. Okay, but what if I told you there was actually a systematic way to make this easier for you? Would it help?
Yes.
Let me give you, I want you to split it in your mind into 4. Now, when you find a number, the next one will be in the next quadrant. Then the next one will be in the next quadrant. The next one will be in the next quadrant. And then you keep going round like that. Yeah? Keep going round. So I'm going to give you another 60 seconds. And let's see how you do this time. 3, 2, 1, go. In your head.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Both of them that so.
Yeah.
Halfway.
Yeah.
15 more seconds. Some of you are relaxing, chilling. 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. How many got 0 to 10? 10 to 20? 20 to 30? Okay. 30 to 40? 40 to 50? Did anyone get 50? But did everybody improve on their previous score?
Yes. Definitely.
The question is why? Got system, knowledge, calmness. Because of the knowledge, because of the system that you have, you were able to get through it easy. What do we learn from this?
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. But what's even more powerful than knowledge? System. But the application of the knowledge. Because I could have taught you the system, but if you didn't apply it, you would have ended up being in the same place that you was at the beginning. This is what Pastor O is talking about. That once you hear what it is that you're going to be hearing today, make sure that you apply it. Because many of you have your own way of handling money. Up until now, you have your own way of budgeting, saving, investing. But today we're going to be teaching you something. We don't want this to hear, but we want you to apply. Now today I'm here to shift your perspective on money. Most people think financial success is about working harder, saving more, and waiting for one day to be free. But the truth is this: financial breakthroughs begin in the where? The mind, before they ever show up in your bank account. Let me repeat that again. Financial breakthroughs begin first where? In the mind, way before they show up in your bank account. Now, question I want you to think about: how many of you have struggled with money at some point in your life? How many of you? How many of you may feel like you should be further ahead or further along at this point in your life, but despite your efforts, that breakthrough hasn't happened? Who can be real right now? You believe that you should be further, no matter where you've reached, you believe that you should be further ahead than where you are despite your efforts. Like no matter what you do, you can't break that barrier. How many of you feel that? Okay. Now let me tell you this. this is not your fault. It's what you call your paradigm. The word paradigm, what it is your subconscious programming about money. The way in which you've been programmed. It is your negative beliefs about money that is holding you back. And today, we are going to break free from old money beliefs. And what we're going to be doing is going to be creating a new paradigm of wealth. So the objectives are simple. We're going to lay the foundation of the principles of money mindset. We're going to explore your relationship between your mindset and financial success, identify the limiting beliefs about money, and then equip you with practical tools to shift you from scarcity into abundance, and then help you to create a sustainable financial habits that align with your goals. If you're ready, say, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's dive straight in. So my name is Michael Ajay. I am the eldest of 4. This was in 1999 when my parents took me to Ghana, our whole family, for the very first time. We got a chance to meet our grandma. Unfortunately, she passed away 2 weeks ago at the age of 96. But we thank God for her life, and I'm thankful that we got to meet her. Obviously, after this, we met her many, many times. So much wisdom, and that's a more recent picture of us. I'm the oldest, then Jason, then Abigail, then Josephine. Like Pastor O, I'm also married with only one wife. And we're not at the 40 years yet, and we're at the 10 year this year. So we married 10 years and this year. We've got 3 children. I say 4 because 1 is on the way. Amen. Coming through, and it's just such a blessing. I'm busy indeed. And I go around. I'm a mindset coach. And for me, what I realize is that mindset is fundamental to everything. Everything is created twice. First in the mind, and then in reality. If we take the iPhone, for example, it was first created in the mind of who? Steve Jobs. Had this concept in his mind, and then it became a reality. So whatever it is that you want to see manifested in the physical realm must first be created in the spiritual. That's where it starts. In the mind. So I had a chance to meet Eric. Have you heard of Eric Thomas? A motivational speaker. Les Brown. These are incredible motivational speakers. So we're going to kick off. What is money? Someone tell me, what is money?
Anything that can be used for the exchange.
Okay, anything that can be used for the exchange of goods and services. Any other definition? Money. What is money?
A tool.
A tool? Okay. Anyone else? What is money? Is what? It's spiritual. Okay. Here's some definitions. Money is nothing more than a means of exchange, like you mentioned, between people, companies, and governments. But you have to understand that money in itself has no intrinsic value. If I was to give you £10 and just have that £10, you can't eat that £10, no? You can't drink it, you can't live on that money. Mike, what do you mean? If you were stuck on a desert island, right? And you found 100 million in a case, but it was just you alone with that 100 million. No shops, no people. Does that money have value? No value whatsoever. If you have 1 million but without something to purchase, outside that moment, money has no value. It only has value once you do what? Exchange it for something that has value. For example, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. That's why people say that, money makes you, evil. Money, it can change you. No, it doesn't. It just makes you more of who you are. If you were selfish and you got more money, you're going to be more what? Selfish. If you were kind and giving and you got more money, what would you be more what? Kind and giving. Money doesn't change you. It just makes you more of who you are. So we're talking about definition of money. You have to understand that money is not just paper, numbers on a screen, or something to exchange. Because if money was just a paper, I wouldn't be able to just transfer money to you. But you mentioned it. You spoke about money being spiritual. Money is energy. It responds to thoughts, emotions, and beliefs. If you take nothing from today, understand that money is energy. Everything in this world vibrates. Everything lives on a vibration. Nothing is still. Everything is energy. Now, in order for you to attract anything that you want, you have to be aligned in that same vibration of that thing. If you're looking for love and you're going around with anger, bitterness, and jealousy, and that's all the energy you are putting out there, are you going to attract love? No. You only attract what you are in harmony with. So therefore, if you're not getting the money that you want, it means maybe you're not in harmony, in alignment with what it is that you want. Like I said, everything in the universe is moving, including money, and the key is to get in harmony with wealth. You have to understand that money is infinite. I'm going to be addressing some beliefs that you have that may be holding you back. Money is the amount of money that are there, because money is energy. There's no, energy that cannot be created or destroyed. It just changes from one form to another. And the only thing limiting your ability to earn and keep wealth is that the way you do what? Think about it. Our beliefs about money often shape our financial reality. So it was the year 2019, or going into the year of 2020. And that was the year many people were declaring 2020, the year of vision, perfect vision, the vision that God has for me in my life, it will come to pass. Everybody was excited from 2019 going into 2020. So much celebration, New Year party, and in one single moment, everything changed. What happened? COVID-19 happened. And 2020 was a year that everything changed. The economy, look, zoop, 4.8, it dropped everything. It was called a crisis. But they say crisis, the word crisis, when written in Chinese, is composed of two characters. The first one represents danger, and the second one represents opportunity. That word crisis in Chinese. So even in a crisis, it depends on your perspective, what it is that you see. Richard Branson said, in times of recession, there are massive opportunities and fortunes to be made. So, for new up-and-coming entrepreneurs, this is the time to go and start a business. So my question to you is, during a time when many people lost their jobs, companies were shut down, families were broken, marriages were under strain, my question to you is, how many millionaires do you think were created in the COVID pandemic?
In the world or where?
Give me the world, give me the UK, whatever facts you want to give me. Let's say the world. How many millionaires?
Especially the ones selling masks.
Alright, let's make it easy. This is the UK. How many people? Give me a number.
10,000.
10,000. Alright, anyone else?
I'll say 5,000.
5,000.
I'll say 20.
20,000. Let's take two more. This side. How many, brother? How many would you say? A few 100,000. Okay. My sister, what about you? How many would you say? Give me a number. Give me a random number. Just guess.
100,000.
100,000. Okay. How many? Millions became millionaires. This is BBC News. Millions. While people were crying, lost their jobs, millions became millionaires. In fact, more than 5 million people became millionaires across the world in 2020 despite economic damage from COVID-19. While many poor people became poorer, the number of millionaires increased by 5.2 million to 56.1 million globally. In 2020, a time of crisis, a time of what? Crisis. It says that more than 1% of adults worldwide were millionaires for the first time.
Wow.
Crisis, when written in Chinese, is made up of two characters. The first one is what? Danger. The second is what? Opportunity. You have to understand that our past experience shape how we handle money. Many of us are repeating financial habits from childhood without realizing it. Many of us were raised with a scarcity mindset, always worrying about money, while others grew up with an abundance mindset. So what is the root cause of your financial results? We need to get to the bottom of it. Why is it that I believe that I should be ahead? I'm doing everything that I can. I take on opportunities and I try to go for that promotion, but it seems as if I'm stuck. What is that foundation? This is the formula. Write it down. Thoughts lead to feelings. Feelings lead to action. And action leads to results. Many people are looking at their results and they're saying that I should be doing something different. They're trying to change their actions, and they think that the root of their results is their actions, but it's not your actions. You're working on something that is difficult to change. This is why many of us have New Year resolutions. We say that we want a particular result. We try to do something different, only ending up having the same results. Why? Because we're not going to the foundation of the problem. For example, let's take gym, for example. Many of us say we want to go to gym, we want to lose weight. That's the result that we want. We say, you know what, this time I'm going to go to the gym, 5 times a week. Maybe the first week we go 5 times. The second week we wake up and we don't what? Feel like it. I don't feel like going to the gym today. So I will skip Monday and I will add it on maybe to either Saturday or Sunday. Saturday comes, but I don't what? Feel like it. Feelings determine whether you do something or not. You do things simply because you feel like doing it. But where does the feeling come from? It comes from where? Your thoughts. That's where it starts. So if you want to change any results, you need to change what? Your thoughts, your mindset. And it's not simply just thinking about it like, okay, I'm going to have good thoughts. No. Because you have your conscious thoughts and you have your subconscious thoughts. And that is what needs to change. Once your subconscious thoughts about a particular thing changes, your feelings towards it will change. Once your feelings towards it change, what changes next? Your actions. And once your action changes, what naturally happens? The results will change. So scarcity versus abundance mindset. You have to understand that your beliefs act as a lens in which you see the world. Some people had an abundance mindset. So when COVID-19 came, they weren't panicking about whether I need to wear a mask outside or not. They were looking for opportunities. Because of their mindset, they were able to see opportunities that other people did not what? See. But those with a scarcity mindset, they may have lost their job, but they were just sitting there waiting for, someone else to give them another job. They couldn't even see any opportunities. Because the world is still, I too must be what? Still. Your beliefs act as a lens in which you see the world. This is why this is important, because today you're going to be given a lot of strategies of how to save money. But if your mindset is that of scarcity, Even if I say to you, split your money up in three, save one, do this, you're not even going to be able to what? Do it. So this is important. Your beliefs act as a lens. What do you see?
Opportunity is now.
What do you see?
Opportunity is now.
See both.
When you do this exercise, different people see different things. Some people see opportunity is now here. Some people see opportunity is now here. I remember somebody see opportunity, I snow here. I don't know. But this is one word, but people see it differently. What you see depends on your belief, your mindset, your experience in the past. So 2 ways to think about money. You've got a scarcity mindset. What are some examples of scarcity mindset? There's never enough money. I have to hold on to what I have. Somebody's like, I can relate. Number 2, making money is hard. And only lucky or privileged people become wealthy. Some of us have that mindset. Number 3, if someone else makes more money, there's less available for me. So if I see somebody doing, in the field that I'm in, I start to panic. If I start a coaching business in a particular niche, and I see someone I know starting that coaching business in the same niche, I start to panic. You want to take my clients. You want to take my money. Scarcity mindset. Now, what is abundance mindset? Money flows to me easily, and there are endless opportunities to create wealth. An abundant mindset. The more I give and invest wisely, the more I receive in return. There is more than enough money to go around, and I can always make more. There is more than enough to have more than enough. And even if I take more than enough, there will still be more than enough left over. An abundant mindset. But there's also some common misbeliefs about money that's holding us back financially. And we may not even think about this consciously, but subconsciously, these are the beliefs that are holding us back. That money is evil. How many of you heard that one? Money is evil. Evil. It's bad. I'm not good with money. Some of you say that every day. You speak it and you utter it every single day. I'm not good with money. I'm not good with money. So when money comes in your hand, what's going to happen? It will fly. You will not be good with money because that's what you believe. Whatever you believe, all things are possible to them that do what? Believe. Rich people are greedy. Some of us believe that rich people are greedy. You see Elon Musk's net worth. You just kiss your teeth. What are you doing with that money? It's funny, you see those articles, you see the comments underneath. What are you doing with that money? He can give everybody 1 billion and you'll still be rich. Your mindset is that rich people are greedy. You know what? That's dangerous. The reason why that's dangerous is if you don't like rich people, subconsciously you're not going to want to be rich. Because you're not going to want to like yourself. So that's a subconscious belief that is holding many people back and they don't even know it. Another one is, I will never be financially free. Some of you may not say it consciously, but subconsciously, you say, my granddad was poor. My dad was poor. So if I follow that blueprint, I too must be poor. Some of us, subconsciously. It's crazy. One time I was at a conference and I asked anybody if they know the name of their great granddad. And nobody knew. I don't know if here, does anybody know the name of your great granddad? Or do you have a picture on your phone of your great granddad? No picture at that time. To be honest. Listen, okay, but do you know his name? You know his name? You know great granddad? Anybody else? Know the name of your great granddad? More than 99% of people don't. But if your great granddad left you $100 million US, all your children will be named and named from your great granddad. His name will live on forever. Even though there was no cameras, Pastor, you will find a picture. You get artists to give an impression of your granddad, so you can put a picture on the wall. For those who say money is not important, at least it will carry your name for generations to come. The reality is this, that if we don't break these beliefs, what's going to happen? They'll break us. Money isn't just a number. It's actually emotional. It's emotion. Emotion, energy in motion. That is why I always say that money is energy. So to change your money blueprint, you must first understand how your money story, the beliefs that you have, how they were created in the first place. So questions that I want you to reflect on is this. How do you feel when spending money or paying bills? So when you're spending money or you're paying bills, how do you feel? You know, these are a way to analyze your money blueprint when you honestly answer these questions. What is your reaction to wealthy people? Do you have admiration or do you resent them? When you hear that somebody is wealthy, you know, what do you say? Do you kiss your teeth? Oh yeah, you should be giving me money. What have you done for your community? You know, what are the comments that you make? Pay attention to the comments that you make. Do you frequently struggle with saving, undercharging, or overspending? Is this a frequent habit of yours that you always, you know, struggle to save? Or if you have a business, you're always afraid to charge more. You know, you're afraid to charge. Or if somebody gives you money, you always reject it. Say, no, I'm okay. You know, that's a belief. That's a limiting belief. If someone gives you money and you say, no, I'm okay, I don't need it. Hey, you are rejecting your blessing. Something has come to you and you're saying no. Do you feel you deserve wealth? Like deep down, do you feel you deserve? Like, I deserve to be a multi-millionaire. When you say that, how does it feel? Do you feel like, no, you feel, nah, I shouldn't. I deserve to be a missionary with nothing. Some people, that's their calling. Some people, that's not their calling, but that's what they think their calling is, but they really want to have wealth and they're rejecting it when it comes. How do you feel you deserve wealth? Do you make a lot of money, but somehow you always lose it quickly? I know one of my good family members has a 6-figure salary. Top 1% of the UK. Over 100K a year, but living hand to mouth. It may baffle you, but that's the power of the money blueprint. And lastly, are you stuck at the same income level year after year and it never grows dramatically? Have you ever had a year where your annual income became your monthly income? Or does your increase just 1%, 2%, 3% a year? You know, you're making 2K this year, next year making 2K1, 2K2, 2K3, 2K4, you know, and you're celebrating that as growth. Think about it. Do the maths in your head. For the last 5 years, what has been your yearly income and see has there been any dramatic changes in that. You have to understand that the majority of people simply do not have the eternal capacity to create and hold on to large amounts of money. And the increased challenges that go with more money and success. That, my friends, is the primary reason they don't have much money. T. Harv Eker, he wrote a book, The Secrets of a Millionaire Mind. He said many people don't have the internal capacity to hold on to money. That's why when they get it, they lose it. But in order for us to change the results, like I said, the roots create the fruits, right? And in order for you to be able to change what you see, you have to change what you don't see. If you want to change the visible, you must first change what we call the invisible. And that's why people can win the lottery. Win the lottery. Imagine 21.6 million. And in 5 years, the majority of them go broke. It doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. The reason why it makes sense is because of their internal capacity for wealth was never there. That's why many of us, we shun from the process, not knowing that it's the process that builds our character. Sometimes when we pray to God for certain blessings and he delays us, we think that he is a bad God. But the reality is this, that if you didn't go through the process and you were just given it, you will misuse it once you get there. If you are struggling to get a job, going from interview to interview to interview, getting better and better and better, how to describe your skills, how to communicate. Once you get that job, you're not going to just misuse it because you went through a process. When you don't have the process and you're given something, you will just misuse it. On the other hand, the opposite is true for self-made millionaires. If you become a millionaire and you lose it, you will end up making a million again. Donald Trump, like him or hate him, he became a billionaire, went bankrupt. Now, what is he now?
The president.
He's not just a billionaire, but he's a president billionaire. Your internal capacity, your money blueprint, your money mindset. So, understanding your mind and working in harmony with the laws are essential for you. So, we want to know how to change your money blueprint. I want to know that. How to change my money blueprint. I want to experience a time where my yearly income becomes my money. Who wants to know that? Put your hand up. Let me see. Who wants to know how can I change my money blueprint? Some of our blueprints are so strong that we don't even want to put up our hand and say that we want to change it. But don't worry. We'll speak. Hopefully the seed will be planted. There was a man called Dr. Furman Fleet. He was a chiropractor. And he, as we know that the mind, we can't see the mind. This is our brain, right? We normally refer to it as the mind because that's what we can see. But the mind isn't our brain. The mind, we can't see the mind. The mind is everything. The mind is in every cell of the body. The mind is spiritual. We can't see the mind. But in order for us to be able to understand, we think in images. So what he did was he created what we call a stick person to help people to at least try and understand the mind. So he created a stick person, big circle, and then a small circle underneath. Now the big circle at the top represents the what? The mind. Now the mind is split into two. You have your conscious mind and you have your subconscious mind, and then you have your body, right? So your conscious and your subconscious mind controls your body, and what you do with your body, your actions, gives you your results. Now pay close attention, because once you understand this, the habits that you've been trying to break, you will know how to change them and create the right habits in all areas of your life. So the conscious mind. The conscious mind is what we call your thinking mind. It's what allows you to consciously think. It's your educated mind. It's your intellect. With your conscious mind, you can choose to accept or reject information, right? So if I say to you right now that it is raining outside, you look outside, you don't see it is raining, you can reject that information and say that information is false. You can use your conscious mind to reject it, right? That is your thinking mind. So when you go to school, This is the mind, part of the mind that they're working on, your conscious mind. Then you have what we call your what? Subconscious mind. This is what we call your emotional mind. Your subconscious mind does not have the ability to accept or reject information. It doesn't. Whatever is planted in your subconscious mind is believed and acted upon in your body. Another thing about the subconscious mind is that it cannot differentiate between what is real and what is imagined. That is why when you're sleeping, what switches off? Your conscious mind switches off. The reason why your body is working is because of your subconscious mind. Now, when you dream, have you ever had a dream and you woke up but you didn't even know whether it was a dream or not? Have you ever felt that before? Because your subconscious mind cannot differentiate. In fact, this is the most powerful part of your mind. Your subconscious mind is the most powerful. And this is where your money blueprint, your money consciousness is placed inside of here. This determines. It's what we call your self-image. How you see yourself is in your subconscious mind. So where do our beliefs come from? As an adult, we have a fully formed conscious and subconscious mind. But when you're a baby, which one do we think isn't developed yet? The conscious mind. As a baby. This is why the good book says, train up a child. As a child, because a child is susceptible to picking up everything in its surroundings. They say that a child has the ability to learn up to 8 languages. The child, at the same time, has that ability. So, when the baby is born, whatever is around the baby, the ideas, the images, the thoughts, what you say around your children is all going into their subconscious mind and is forming what we call their blueprint in different areas. If you have a particular view on a particular topic and you keep repeating it to that child, this is why you should be careful what you say to children. Because they don't have the power to accept or reject it yet. So I want you to think back to your childhood. Do you know how powerful actually your subconscious mind is? Your subconscious mind stores everything that you have seen and you have heard since birth. When we say I have a bad memory, you're talking about your nobody has a bad memory. You just have bad ways of using your memory. You can there's methods in which you can take information from your subconscious mind into your conscious mind. You remember everything. That's why sometimes you can go to a particular area and it may feel familiar. Or you can have a particular smell and it just jogs a memory. That something has happened with this, area of this smell. I can remember something. Sometimes things just come up from your subconscious mind so it doesn't forget anything. So what I want you to do is go back to your childhood. What one belief about money were you taught growing up? Let's quickly speak to your neighbor and just share. Everyone should have one each. What is one thing that you heard about money? Maybe your mom or your dad or your leader, community member, something that was taught to you about money, that you heard about money. You may not necessarily believe it, but it was taught to you about money. One thing. Has everyone shared? Okay, perfect. So let's hear some of these. So, brother, share yours. Share your partners. So what you do, you share your partner's belief.
Anyone who got rich.
Anyone that got rich is because they were making someone else poor. That's the money. And brother, what about? Wow. Never enough. Lack. Okay. Can anyone relate to those two? The rich are rich because they're making somebody else poor, and just lack, just being around lack, not really having. What about you, brother? Okay, So maybe share your group. Share the what the.
He said money is a mirror.
Money is a mirror. Okay.
And then you shouldn't use all your 10 fingers.
That's what he learned. That you shouldn't use all your 10 fingers to eat. Okay. Wow. Wow. And the thing is that is a belief. You know, whether it serves you or doesn't serve you, some beliefs are given to you because your parents think that they're serving you. But I don't know. Okay. Yeah, all right. Let's go to this pair. Okay, money always been a root of contention. And what was it? Money needs to be spent. When you have it, spend it. Okay. What about this group? Did you discuss? Did you say you should save your money? Okay, that's what was told about you. What maybe your parents or your uncles or aunties told you about money? You should save it, right? Save your money. Okay.
This was don't waste money. Be careful how you spend it.
Okay.
There were 3 of us.
Okay.
Ours was you have to work hard to make money.
Work hard. You have to work hard. Money shouldn't come to you easy. You have to work hard and hard. And what was your one?
She said
Yes.
work hard.
Work hard.
Yeah.
Okay. Nancy, what was shared to you?
Build wealth.
Build wealth. It's important to build wealth. Amazing. Brother, what was yours?
So he said his parents gave him money and asked him to learn how to trade it.
Okay.
Invest and so.
Okay.
That's how it's grown up, right?
Nice. And what?
Well, he's going from. But let me.
Yeah, sure.
Apart from all the idioms I've been shared,
Yeah.
I said to him that when I was growing up,
Yeah.
I didn't really think I was taught anything about money.
Yeah. Okay.
However, in some cases,
Yeah.
there are things that I learned about money from the few times that my dad would have money with him.
Yeah.
And he would. One of the things I learned from him was how to be liberal with money. Right. So, and we struggled
Yeah.
with money, but every time he had money with him,
Yeah.
he always, I think as a child maybe I would be thinking that's where you should be keeping it. For tomorrow.
Yeah.
But my dad was very liberal.
Yeah.
In that 1 week, 1 month, 2 week period, he showed how to be liberal with money.
Okay.
That kind of helped me to grow.
Okay. That's a very good point. It's not necessarily what you've been taught. Sometimes it's what you see. It's what you see in your house. What you see in the community, is very, very, very important. Okay.
So we had money doesn't grow on trees.
Okay.
We had that, and then how you also said, you also said people are starving, so don't waste money. That one.
You're right.
When you're a child, you must eat everything.
To be honest, it's starving.
Don't waste money.
And they worry why there's a pandemic of obesity in this country and in America. But do you see how some of these beliefs impact people's lives, right? At the back, please.
Even to today, I still find it difficult to leave food on my plate.
Wow.
Because it was a crime.
Mm.
Just could not leave food
Yeah.
on my plate.
Wow.
Yeah.
Overeat. Wow.
So now I have to be conscious of putting smaller portions in my plate.
In your plate.
If you put the food, wipe it out.
It's true. It's so true. Yeah.
That was big. I'm telling you, it's my mother's fault. That was big.
Wow.
But I got a small plate.
Plates.
So that I can still finish
Come
it
on.
and feel okay.
That's it.
But it wasn't too many calories.
That's it. That's it. Once you become aware, because the first step is awareness. You have to be aware of what's in your subconscious mind. And when you're aware of it, then what you do is start to replace those beliefs. Right? Let's go to the back.
Well, I think from observing, one of the things I observed is that if you need money, like you can't say I need £10. You have to say I need £50 and you get £10. Kind of. Like I wasn't really taught a lot, but I was just thinking what was experience I had with parents and everything, right? You can't say you have like my mom can't say she has money. Because if she says that, then my dad is not going to do anything. So everybody just be quiet.
Nobody has money.
Wow.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree. So I grew up in Nigeria, and
You did?
I did actually. But I guess what I'm saying is, so when back home, we didn't talk about money. I just knew we had money. So it's not until I came here, that's when money was now a conversation. But the way I grew up, money was never a conversation. And then it wasn't like my parents sat me down and said to me, this is how or what you need to do when you do get money. I think it's just something I have had to develop myself. So so I didn't grow up with knowing about money, if that makes sense.
Okay.
It was self-taught. And so, I just thought, honestly, money grew on trees because it was never a conversation.
Okay.
So, in my own childhood, right? So I grew up with money.
Okay.
Then we lost money. So that shaped the way I look at money. Because I could see the difference from when we had money and when we didn't. And that's where that phrase of it doesn't grow on trees, because when we had it, it felt like that, in Nigeria, I can remember, I grew up, we used to shop in Kingswood, which is like there. And then to that, I know that, it's quite affluent. Then losing that and then going to, it's shock to the system. It's a big shock. But no one sat us down to explain why. I just have to now deal with the after effect of the very expensive bags. And
that's another good point. It's not just about what you're taught or what you see, it's about what you experience. These all shape. So, what you should like?
No, I was going to say that, growing up, I feel that my mom kind of shielded me away from the subject of money. I just know that we had food. We come from a single parent household, so I knew we had food, we had a roof over our head. My mom worked hard for the money. So she never really told me, she never discussed it. So as I grew up, that's when I realized, hold on a second, we never really had a lot of money. So as growing up, I realized, I'm going to work hard so I can have everything that I didn't have when I was younger. We had trainers then for a long time. Now I have plenty. You understand? So I feel like I'm kind of making up for what I didn't have then, but I didn't realize I didn't have it until I started making my money. And I'm like, okay, this is what it can buy. So I try to show my children. That's why I wanted to bring them here so they can learn a little bit about money. Because I do find out what kind of business ideas they have and stuff like that. I do try to kind of shape their mind towards listen, know what you kind of want to do now, so that you can kind of plan it out for the future instead of going into the future and not having a clue what you want to do. So this is why I wanted to bring them here.
Powerful. I love that.
It's very important, this kind of thing.
I love that. It's not until you grew up that you realize how poor you were. Like when I grew up, I realized that I was poor. Because my parents only changed my shoes when it was tattered. Like I'm talking, like the shoe would be coming, the sole would be doing this. And I just thought that was normal. Like, I thought maybe until it wears out. But they didn't have.
I would rinse it until I'm literally walking on the floor.
And it's until I got married that I realized how different worlds me and my wife grew up in. Like I was given £2 a day for food. So my lunch money was £2 for lunch. So if I wanted to get chicken and chips, I don't eat in school. So I would starve for the whole day, then go chicken and chips afterwards. My wife, apart from getting money for school, she grew up in Germany, got €50 a week from her dad. I'm like, wow, €50 a week.
It's a family budget.
I was like, wow. That's when I realized I was poor.
Same with me and my wife, we grew up differently. I grew up different. So you
realize there's different.
There's levels.
There's levels. Sure.
I was just saying, like, for me, it's strange because I've never actually reflected on this before. But I was observing my parents, and my dad worked for the United Nations, and his response was always, I don't have money. My mom did not work. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. She did some cleaning when she was, whatever. But then she went into full-time ministry. Like, my mom always had money. And she saved. The little that she had, she saved. I was just saying to my sister, it's so amazing because when I watch my mom, now this, and maybe it's something I need to break, but I realized my mom had an abundant mindset, even though there was no income. And so I realized because my mom, I've always seen her serve, both inside and outside of the church, and she's never lacked. And I think for me, subconsciously, because I just say to her, like, money actually doesn't mean anything to me per se. I get the money, like, it doesn't mean, I don't fully understand the concept of it, but I know that I don't lack. Because God has always come through for me. So I'm just wondering in this, maybe there's a subconscious thing that I need to work on, because genuinely, I don't actually feel too attached to money, because I know that as long as I do what I'm meant to be doing, I will not lack. And so maybe that has also meant I've never tried to chase money. I've never prayed to become wealthy or become a millionaire, billionaire. Maybe I should, but I never have, because I just have that mindset that actually if you serve, you will live. God will supply your needs. And that could be a good or a bad thing in this context, actually.
Because we have to realize that what we saw, what we heard, what we're taught can affect two different people differently. Right? You may see that maybe your household had abundance, but it doesn't give you an abundance mindset. You may leave your house and end up with a scarcity mindset. Because the example that they gave is, a dad was a drunkard. He had two twins. One said, I see the results of alcohol and I stay away from it. And the other says, that's how my dad was, that's how I'm going to be. Both from the same household, same situation, but the way they received it and looked at it was different. Let's go to this group.
For me, growing up, my father always said that if you study hard, you'll be able to, progress in life. If there's any opportunity, it may come to you first rather than the people that someone that is not educated. So that has always been what I head on to, and training my children. I'm always saying to them that education is important. You can with what's if you're educated, then there's other things that you can actually branch into that can come into your way. It depends the way you see life. Yes. If you're educated, but if you're not educated, then you might be like, I just want to stay in minimum. Just whatever comes my way. If you have that mindset that this is my goal, this is what I want. I think that's it.
I love that. I love that.
My parents were okay financially. I don't think that I had a problem when I was younger. The thing that I remember Daddy saying is, when you grow up, buy property. And I did that, but I never understood money. So I lost everything. But funnily enough, I lost it when I got saved and came into Christ, because my mindset was at that time that money is wrong. And so I was conflicted because I come from a sales and sponsorship background. Think and Grow Rich, all of those things. So coming into Christ at that time, 30 years ago, the mindset was, it's wrong. Because this was before the prostitution. So there was a conflict for me about money for many, many years. Because I didn't really, I was doing what I was told, without an understanding of growing it. And then perhaps at the time I should have been growing it, I had that conflict of, it's not good to have a lot.
I understand.
Do you see what I mean?
100%. Thank you for sharing. You wanted to share?
We thought that the tooth fairy was a trillionaire.
The tooth fairy was what? A trillionaire. I hear that.
You think it's so much because he would always give me like £1 or £2 on a.
Yeah, like this two fairies rich to get around just giving out money.
But then when I figured out it was my parents, I was like,
so when you
Let's get the children involved.
Yeah.
Children involved. What do you like? Read the question. What do you think?
So what is something that you've seen, maybe at home, or something that you've been taught or have experienced when it comes to money?
That you should spend them. Like if you get, say for my birthday, I get like £300 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes my mom puts like 200 or 100 in my savings,
Mm.
and I can spend that up the rest.
Okay.
So it's good to see.
All right. You're saying that, don't just spend everything. Even though I didn't work for it, it's been given to me. And there should be some. Okay, I love that. £300 for your birthday. I'm just thinking about my childhood, I'm thinking about my childhood. Brenda, bro, I'm thinking yeah, different, Okay, save. Don't be too quick to spend your money. Save. I love that. Let's wrap up with these last few. Okay.
Oh, right. Okay. For me, I think growing up, I learned from childhood about delayed gratitude. Because my father, he wasn't educated, nor my mother educated. My mother was a petty trader. My father worked in some factory somewhere. And we were nine children, two sets of twins. And he trained all of us right up to university level, at least first degree level.
Yeah.
Everybody in my family went to. And still, we used to say to my dad, how come we're not comfortable? How come we don't have a car? On Sunday, he will make sure that we all go to church. And we'll go to Lawansin and take a bus and go to church in Itire. My dad doesn't have a car, and we used to be really peed off about it.
Yeah.
I would say to him, every Sunday you want us to go to church, but there's no car. People come to church with their cars. And then my dad would say to us that the Mercedes that he should have been driving is all of us.
Wow.
Because he used that money to train us in school. And that's what I have stuck in me growing up.
That's it.
And that's something I've even taught my son, about delayed gratitude.
That's it.
It's really, really important.
Wow.
Unfortunately, my dad did not buy that Mercedes before he died, but at least he started to enjoy the fruit of his labor.
I love that. Let's take one more. Okay.
Yeah, my dad was an accountant, so he was very big on budgeting, on keeping accounts. That was his thing. He always kept accounts of everything. And even though he was a civil servant, I noticed he had a control over his money.
Yeah.
There was never anything he wanted to do that he did not do. When it was time for him to buy a car, he took some time, like delayed gratification and all that. And then when he got one, he got the one he wanted, and I think he used that for the rest of his life. Because he just didn't need another one. It was okay, it was moving.
Yeah.
And that was what he sort of passed on to us. That, having a budget, I'm not very good at that. but at least he had that thing where you had to be accountable.
I love that.
So that was really good.
I love that.
My mom was more like, keep your money, save your money, just hold on to it as much as you can. Yeah, that was more.
I love that. But by the time we leave today, you're no longer going to say, I'm not good at budgeting. That's not going to come out of your mouth. You will change that language and you'll be good at budgeting, especially after the next two speakers. All right, let's take. Yeah,
for me, both my parents, they were working where my dad was a medical doctor.
Yeah.
And my mom was a hotel manager then. I remember for my dad, he's very calculative. He used to have a list for the food he has to write a list. He knows, so you can't cheat him with going, when you go to the market. So he had even to count sugar for people to eat. He used to count things.
Wow.
So, then my mom just gave freely anyway.
Oh, okay.
I remember when I was in a boarding school, I would collect money from both of them. Because sometimes my dad would come visit, I will still collect money. Then my mom.
Yeah.
Then even if my dad would say sometimes he doesn't have money.
Yeah.
And we are like 7 of us, so my mom trained us in school. They both do. She will cover up for the husband, so we never see anything like, oh, there's no money or they don't have problems. Yeah.
Okay, I love that. Let's take the last two.
Yeah, so Pastor Victor shared, he's left now.
Yeah.
What he shared actually, which was quite powerful, was that what he learned about money was seeing his dad work into a particular template that made him comfortable and could look after everyone. And he then thought that all he needed to do was follow the same template and it would be at the same level as his dad. But what he's seen is that there is that generational difference that meant that way back then that worked. But when he followed the same template, it hasn't quite gotten to the same place. So that was one really powerful thing that he shared about, the observation about money.
Okay, I love that. And last?
Yeah, I can resonate with many of the things that I'm hearing now.
Yeah.
Actually, in my family as well, it was like wasting money was kind of don't do.
Yeah.
But my dad was a really bad example of that. He was wasting a lot of money, and my mom always was mad at him. Even now, I can't stop my mom commenting on my expenses. But yeah, don't waste money, work hard.
Did you have a chance to think about it?
Yeah, I initially thought I wasn't taught anything about money, but it was observational.
Yeah, observational.
More like somebody said, don't eat with all your fingers.
Mm.
Like, don't eat everything.
Yes.
Don't eat the seed.
Yes.
And then so I was like in a survival mode. I know we had periods of there's plenty of money and there's no money. Because I used to help my dad bring in the money in Ghana must go.
Oh, wait.
The only message he used to constantly tell us was, oh, there's no money. So, your grades in school. There's no money. I'm spending all this money. There's no money. So, every time I got money, it was survival mode. I have to keep it. I don't want to spend it. So that if I don't get money from him, I can still get back. So that's the mentality I'm trying to get out of. Like, you can save, but saving it doesn't make you money. You have to be able to use that to get more money.
I love that. And Nadia?
I think, looking back, I think my mum spoke more about money than my dad actually, but mum was always, you have to do better than us.
Okay.
So when you get money, you have to put some aside. You've got to say, you've got to get a better job. You've got to, you've got to do like everything you see. You've got to do so much more than. So it was only looking back that I actually see a lot of sacrifices that they actually made in order for me to have the kind of life that that I was able to live growing up. Dad, I think, spoke more when he spoke more about looking forward, investing, and looking for, we had conversations about stocks and shares and bonds and things like that. But I felt it almost felt more of a pressing need from mum. I don't want you to have to suffer. I don't want you to struggle. I don't, So just very mindful of the money that comes into your hands.
Wow.
And be very wise with it. So.
I love that. We're gonna wrap up now, but in the last one.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think one thing that just came to me was my dad always said, even though he had enough to give you, I'll always give you what you need, not what you want. Yeah, he always said that.
Okay.
What you need, not what you want.
Yeah, powerful. You see how we can take time to reflect. We'll see how, what we learn, what we experienced, impacts us.
Yeah, just thinking back now, I remember.
People are going back. The subconscious is now coming conscious. We are just remembering. All right.
And I'm afraid because I hope that's not what my life has turned into. My dad said to me, you have to get good grades, make it best for us.
Yes.
You have to work in a bank. Because when I grew up in Nigeria, working in a bank was the best job.
Yeah.
You have to work in a bank. And I don't want to bring a man and say, I love you, I love you. You have to marry a rich man. I don't want to hear, I love you, I love you.
What is love? What is love?
And I did work in a bank. So I work with grades.
What about a rich man?
2 out of 3 is in bad.
I am rich.
The thing is, you have to understand that even though there may not be a manifestation of what it is that you want, sometimes it's only a matter of time. Because there's a difference between being poor and not having money. Like not having money is like you don't have the physical money in your hand, but poor is a mindset. POOR, passing over opportunities repeatedly. That's a mindset. Poor, passing over opportunities repeatedly. It's a mindset. That's why you can see some people, you're thinking, with the gifts and talents that you have, you should be so far ahead. So far. That is people with half your gifts, half your talents, doing incredible things. But because of the mindset, they pass over opportunities repeatedly. So once you move from a scarcity mindset to an abundant mindset, it's only a matter of time. Because the day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. There is a process. Once you plant the seed, you can't control when the seed germinates. All you have to do is just keep on watering. Some of you are going to realize that, yes, I have limiting beliefs that have been holding me back. You're going to start to change it. Don't give up if you don't see the results. Keep on pouring into that abundant mindset. Change your language. Become more observant about the people that you have around you. And you will see that eventually things will begin to change. So my time is up. So I'm going to just rush up. I've got 5 more minutes. So this is some of the things. Many of you have said it as well. Money was hard to make. Money was the reason my dad was not around, as he was working all the time. So to you, money meant the unavailability of your dad. So subconsciously, you're not going to want to work hard or go after money because you want to be there for your kids. In your mind is a good reason, but subconsciously it may be holding you back from what it is that you want. Money split my parents up. There was always argument in my house about money. Always arguments, again, that would affect you. Money caused arguments. Money is the root of all evil. Money is something that some people have, but we didn't. People who were better than us have money. So that means if you have low self-esteem, you're going to struggle to make money. Right? You have to sacrifice for money. I saw my dad sacrifice in order to give me what I want. Yes, it was admirable, but maybe I don't want to see the pain that he had. Because he sacrificed for us, but it was a painful sacrifice. Because he used to go away at night, and I don't want to, so I'll be content with the little that I have. The world is in recession, and money is harder to make than ever before. This is what's keeping a lot of people in the condition that right now there's a recession. I just showed you how many millionaires were made in one of the biggest worldly recessions. How many? 5 million millionaires were made during COVID.
Wow.
That's when the industries were shut down. So it's a lie that there's a recession. You know what a recession is? It's a transfer of wealth. That's all it is. So the question is, what side of that transfer are you?
That's powerful.
Are you on the side that is losing money? Because when somebody has to sell their house, somebody has to do what?
Yes.
So are you selling or are you buying? Scarcity or abundance? So, rewiring your mind, how are we going to do it? We're going to shift from scarcity to opportunity. We're going to talk about it later on, but we're going to move from consumer to investor. From spending habits to wealth building habits. You have to renew your mind daily. Learn from those who manage wealth wisely. Create new empowering financial habits. Oh, you want to take? No, go on. You can take a picture. Yeah. You have to move. There has to be a shift that takes place. You have to move. You need to be conscious of the unconscious. If you're not conscious of the unconscious, you will move in life and you're going to call it fate. This is because of fate. Generational curse. But you know what a generational curse is? It's just generational patterns. That's what a generational curse is. It's just a pattern, a blueprint that you are following. Your granddad followed that blueprint. You know, your dad followed that blueprint, you know. So what you have to do to break that curse is just form a new what? That's it. Be conscious of it and then form a new habit. So it would be a wise investment of your time to really go back. We did it over a few minutes, but as you can see, as you think about, go and really think about what did you see, experience, hear about money. So the first most important task that you have to do is realize that there is abundance all around you. There is no shortage of money or wealth. Every time they find in maybe Nigeria or Ghana, they find gold, there's always more gold they're finding. Always more oil that they're finding. There's unlimited amount of wealth. Because wealth is not physical. It's not gold and silver. It's not money. It's spiritual. It's energy. So there's an abundance of it. So this is the first thing you have to realize. That there is an abundance of wealth around me. That would help you to have a abundant mindset. Reflect on your thoughts, feelings, and behavior towards money and write down what comes to mind. Do your thoughts, feelings, and behavior match your beliefs? Do you think, what do I think about it? Next time you see on social media somebody has bought a Lamborghini, somebody has bought sold their business. What are your feelings towards it? Be conscious of it. How do I feel about that? I feel like, look at this person, you know, look at them showing off. They put it on social media. They put social media. How do you feel towards it? Be conscious of it. So as I wrap up, like I said, I'm the oldest of 4. And like I shared with you at the beginning, you know, I grew up. Looking back, I was happy. As we see, we're all smiling. So from this perspective, I was happy. But looking back, I look at my jeans and my shirts. That's me there. I look at it. I look at the colors. I'm like, wow. You know, how we grew up. You know, my dad, you know, he always, he started a lot of businesses. Like, he was like, business people are the rich ones. Those who start business are rich. So he started a lot of different businesses, but wasn't successful at none of them. None of them. Every business, start, flop. And what we grew up around was debt. My family were in a lot of debt. I remember being young, the banks calling. You know, it was because of even how I grew up that I realized that you can actually, when a creditor calls you, you can actually negotiate with them about how much you're willing to pay. My parents managed to negotiate paying their creditors £1 a month. And I learned it from them. I didn't know that. One time my friend called me, she just got a divorce. She said she's paying, she only gets 1,500 and she's paying over 1,000 something to her creditors. And she has to go to food bank. I said, my friend, call these people and tell them that you don't have money. Where that learned from? From my situation. As you call me, I'm like, Michael, thank you, they accepted it. I'm paying £10 a month, you know. But this is what I grew up with, in debt. Knowing that debt. And my dad, his attitude was be content. Like nothing will bother him. If you don't have sugar, use honey. That was his thing. They're both sweet. They will serve the same purpose. If our sugar finishes, we'll take honey and put it in our cereal to make sugar. That was his mindset, right? And that's what I grew up with. Knowing that debt. So, and I said, when I got married, you know, my wife grew up in a totally different lifestyle than me. My goal and my aspiration was to be a doctor. That's another story for another day. You know, I didn't get in to be a doctor. I think I did here's a quick one for the young people here. I did my GCSEs, you know, I got A's, you know, in sciences, A's across the board, but I wanted to be a doctor, so I did biology, chemistry, and maths. But I thought to myself, you know what, I had 11 subjects, and I managed to get A's in my sciences. So now that I've got 3, I can just relax a little bit, you know, because only 3 subjects, not knowing that there is a gap between GCSE and A levels that I didn't anticipate. And when I jumped, I fell in the middle. I ended up getting DEEU. Oh, from 2 A's. DEEU. So when I applied, obviously I couldn't go and do medicine. So I applied for biomedical science. And even that biomedical science that I applied for, I had to do a foundation year. So I had to go to Kingston College. All those who failed will go there for 1 year. So to now be able to now enter university. So I now entered university, and obviously my goal was, once you have biomedical science, you can now do entry level, medicine. But I failed the GAMSAT by I think 4 marks. And I said, you know what, this is long. So I ended up working for a pharmaceutical company. I became a medical science liaison for some of the large pharmaceutical companies. But subconsciously, I wanted to be financially free because I realized how poor I was. And my dad said, in order for you to be wealthy, you have to go into what? Business. Right? So I handed in my letter of resignation. I'm now pursuing my entrepreneurial journey. This time I'm married. One of them was I hosted one of the largest gospel concerts in the UK. I'm talking about Kirk Franklin, Israel Houghton, Marvin Sapp, all on one bill, right? So the trajectory of this was, very high. Until my business partner, I did this concert with, literally stabbed me in the back. Concert didn't do well, and the debt ended up on me. I'm talking about 6 figures in debt. This is not 6 figures that I had. This is 6 figures that I'm now in debt in. You see how things repeat itself because of decisions, right? You may say, oh, it's that person's fault or whatever, but it's patterns. There could be decisions that I made that ended up me now. I was now receiving the same calls and letters that my parents were receiving. Debt. And imagine, my wife isn't not used to this lifestyle. I'm used to this. But she's not used to this. And now, obviously, if it was just me, I could maneuver and survive. But now I have a family. So it broke me. It broke me to be able to, and this time my second son was born. And to be honest, it was the power of my why that helped me make a decision. That I cannot continue the same way. Why stands for what hurts you the most. Like, what hurts you? What hurts you? And when you realize how deep your why is, sometimes when we talk about being a millionaire, you think because you don't want to be selfish, no, I don't want to be a millionaire. But maybe you being a millionaire is not because of you. Joseph was made prime minister not because of him. He was made prime minister to go and save a generation of God's chosen people. So even that negative feeling of I don't want to be rich or I don't want to be this, you could be helping somebody else. You could be helping charities. I'm not saying be a millionaire and squander the money. If Abraham didn't have money, and I need to wrap up now because I know I'm going over. If Abraham didn't have money, when he was told that his nephew had been kidnapped, he wasn't been able to take an army to go rescue him. He would have said, I will pray for him. That's what Pastor said. When you have money, they say and praise that you don't need to pray. Because God has given you the resources to act. His hands and feet. Right? So, by God's grace, I learned about the power of the mind. And that I need to break these patterns. I need to break these limiting beliefs. And one way that you can break these limiting beliefs is start putting yourselves in environments of abundance. It will start to change. Right? Don't just stay, if you're from South London, don't just stay in Peckham and look at the housing. Go into rich areas and go and look. Visualize. Whatever you visualize will materialize. Experience things differently. May not have the money, but go into those expensive designer shops and visualize and see yourself in that position. I remember one time, I was going to Ghana 1 year, right? I bought my economy tickets, bought it in advance, cheap price. And I got onto, the last gate to board onto the bus. Into the plane. Now, when I boarded on and I gave them my boarding pass, it beeped red. Sometimes they can oversell the planes, and some people don't have to. So when it beeped red and it called me, I just put my bag down. I was getting ready to argue. Listen, I bought my ticket many months ago. You can't tell me that I'm gonna not get on this flight. But before I could even open my mouth, she goes, excuse me, Mr. J, we're not going to upgrade you to business class. Business class! Hi! This side of the plane that I've never seen. I'm telling you, from there going, even my walk changed. My walk even changed. I'm like, business class. Wow. Police, when you sit down in business class, in economy, you have to wait until you're 30,000 feet in the air before you're even offered water to drink. In business class, before you sit down, like orange juice or champagne, sir? I'm like, what a life. The warm towel. Hey! I'm telling you, when I experienced this, I said in my mind, I am not going back. I won't go back. I can't go back to the place I used to be. I'm like, this is the life that God created me for. Some of you just need to experience the good life for you to know that there's more than what you're experiencing right now. You know? And then I met Bob Proctor. I don't know if you know Bob Proctor. You know, I think you've been in the industry, so you would have known. He passed away a few years ago, but he was one of the greatest teachers when it comes to mindset, right? And changing your mind and understanding your money blueprint. I had a privilege of being on a Zoom call with him, and I ended up joining his program. That's when I created a company, Inside Job Academy. Because I realized that anything that you're looking for, the success that you're looking for, the happiness is in fact an inside job. And a few years later, being in that predicament when I was in 6 figures in debt, God turned things around for me. And in 2022, I managed to do a world tour, going around 8 different countries, saying this same information to individuals traveling in what? Business class. That is what happens when you renew your mind and change your mind. And the family that I put through hell because of the decisions that I made, managed to give them a life. That's when I realized that it's an inside job. So to end, it's not the blowing of the wind that determines the destination. This is Jim Rohn. It's the setting of the sail. It doesn't matter what's happening in the world today. It's not the blowing of the wind, it's the setting of the sail. You know why? Because the same wind blows on us all. It's the same wind. But some people are going in a direction that they want to go, while others are being dragged in a place that they don't want to go. So the 3 steps are this, write it down. For you to be able to change your financial blueprint. Number 1 is awareness. Track and assess your current money habits. How do you currently spend money right now? Track it. Number 2, make small but intentional changes. You know, Remy's going to be speaking about that, you know, the changes that you can make, these small changes that you can make. Make sure that you implement it when the next speakers come in. And next, you want to do is set clear financial goals that align with your habits. Don't be afraid to say my goal is to make my yearly goal my monthly goal. Because once you set that intention, what happens is you start to see things differently. You start to see opportunities that will allow you to be able to go. So shift your identity, because this all stems from identity. Your activity stems from your identity. Shift your identity from I struggle with money to now I am wise with money. Say I am wise with money. You need to align your values with your financial goals. Speak life-giving words about your financial future. Speak life. Don't speak death. Fix your environment. Who are you surrounding yourself with? It is so important. Who are you surrounding yourself with? Even the uni that you go to, the school environment. One of my good friends went to Warwick, right? In Warwick, everybody was starting and creating a business. Everybody. That was the environment that he was in. Even though he grew up in Ghana, right? And maybe I don't know what environment he was, but in his university, that environment was everybody starting financial tech companies and this and that. And now, at a very young age, he has a company worth over 30 million. Wow. Because of his what environment that he's in. So set your own environment. And to end, I want to say this. Own your own story. So we've all gone around, right? And we have now said, you know, what are the mindset that our parents gave us. But listen to this very carefully. You are born looking like your parents, but you would die looking like your choices. Wow. Yes, your money blueprint up until now was because of your environment that you was in, your parents. But the way you end your life will be the choices that you will make today. So I'm going to pass it over, but this is what you have to do. Key elements. Budget with purpose. Save with discipline. Invest with wisdom. Give with intention. And once you have that blueprint in place, these strategies will take you from where you are and it will quantum leap you to a place that you want to be. How does a seed become a tree? How does a seed become a tree?
Falls into the ground and dies.
By giving up being a seed. That's how a seed becomes a tree. In order for you to get to where you want to be, you have to give up who you are today and walk into who God has called you to be. God bless and take care. All right, so we've got 10 minutes of Q&A. So any questions? Questions or contributions?
Business partner, was he a Christian?
Business partner, Christian? What?
The one that started you that.
Yeah, he's a Christian. In fact, he was at Shola's event. Was he there?
Was he there?
Yeah.
Was he there? No, she's talking about the business partner that made your business fall.
Oh, the one who stabbed me? He was a Christian. He was a Christian. Yeah. He was a Christian. A Christian. Yeah. T.G. Jakes. He was asked a question about, when he's doing business with Christians, he goes, he is even more wary of Christians when he does business than even those in the world. He keeps his eyes more open. He looks at the contract more in detail when there's Christians. Wasn't it one of Jesus' own that betrayed him?
If you're in close association with some people and you want to help them change their money mindset, how can you help them?
How can you help somebody change their money mindset?
Like family or something like that?
That's a hard question because it's hard. You can't change your money mindset unless you make a decision, right? Until you make a decision that you want to. So what you can do is just try and expose them to as much information as possible and be a good example to them and be in close proximity to them. But apart from that, unless they decide that, I want to be able to change and go around that way. So yeah, I just say continue to be an example to them and show them what it looks like to have the correct or strive to have the correct mindset. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything, but yeah, that's what I was.
My question is, you said you were in a six-figure debt,
Mm.
and you said you came out of it, but you didn't tell us how you came out of it.
The reality is, when it comes to this mindset thing, the how doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And the reason why it doesn't matter is because if you give someone a strategy and they don't believe, they're not going to do it. If someone doesn't have the strategy but they believe, they will figure it out. So everyone's situation will be different. Everyone's business plan will be different, right? There's one guy called Tim on social media, and he was giving businesses of people who are making a lot of money. And there's one person who sells frogs to schools for experiments, frogs, and he makes $300,000 a month selling frogs to schools. $300,000 a month. Another person does, he has $1 million business. He sells, the scoop for your dog poo. That scoop to put in a bin. 7-figure business. So the reality is, we always want the strategy, but the important thing is the mindset. Because when you have the right mindset, trust me, you will see the opportunities that are there. You will see them.
Would you say, because I'm a person that's always thinking of doing business ideas, would you say that it's better to have less things in motion and put more effort, or would you say have more and just whichever one catch it?
Good question. Should we have many things and just hope one succeeds, or should we have that one thing? What do we think?
No, one.
What one? Maybe a smaller amount. What do we think? Focus is always important. Many people are not succeeding because of lack of focus. They start one thing and they stop. They start and they stop and they start and stop, not knowing that it's the persistence in that one thing that will allow them to win. If you look at erosion science, right? Mountains that erode, it's drops of water, boop, 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 that is able to erode a whole mountain. Just little drops. So you want to just hone in, and a guy called Alex Hermosi said the same thing. He said he used to have so many different businesses. And then his wife asked him a question. He said, Alex, the way in which you give your time and energy, and you're doing okay in all these things, she asked him, Alex, what if you put all your time and energy into that one thing, what would happen? He said, I would kill it, obviously. And then he went, hold on. She's right. Change his strategy. Now he has a company of 100 million a year. So focus, bro, I would say is key. Hone down your energy into those couple things that you need to do. And it's important, it's even a more important thing if those couple things even link together.
Oh, they do.
If they link together, that's even better. Vertical, you know, then it's perfect. You're laughing.
They come together.
Yeah. So that's your plan. 2025.
2025.
Focus. Follow one course until successful. FOCUS.
Amen.
2 more. If not, let's take 2 takeaways. What will be your 2 takeaways from this mindset session? Give me 2 takeaways. Focus. Focus. Crisis equals opportunity.
Have the right mindset.
Have the right mindset.
Money does not change you, it just makes you more.
Money doesn't change you, just makes you more of who you are.
Recession is only the transfer of wealth.
Come on. Recession is just a transfer of wealth. You decide what side you're on.
One with the wind and the sail. What was that?
Yeah.
I didn't get a picture of that one.
It said, it's not the wind.
It's not the wind that
It's that determines.
Yeah.
It's how you set the sail.
How you set the sail. I like that one then. Yes, please.
Hey, you were born looking like your parents, but you will die looking like your choices.
To get the desired outcome, changing your thoughts is more important than changing your actions.
To get the desired outcomes, changing your thoughts is more important than changing the actions.
How deep is your why?
How deep is your why? What hurts you? What hurts you?
The seed has to give up itself for the tree to grow.
Hey, the seed has to give up of itself in order for the tree to grow. I love it.
Financial success just begins in the mind before it shows up in the bank.
Hey, financial success first begins in the mind before it shows up in your bank account. I love it. I love it.
Mindset ideas are based than reality.
Say again?
Mindset.
Yes. Mindset. Spiritual before the physical. So important. So important. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Wow. So it's actually quite interesting. I was talking to Jero and I said to Jero, don't worry, we'll get the slide. Then I was taking pictures. She said, what you say we're going to get this slide? I get this right now. So honestly, one of the things that you did say that really blew me away was about the crisis equaling opportunity. And I gave you guys an example. So during COVID, I was being made redundant. And I bought a house during COVID. Wow. So I used that opportunity to turn it into like the best decision I've ever made in my life. And just to give you a bit of more context, like, I'm not young, but you know, it's one of those ones where you start to get older, you start to become more responsible. Me, I'm not gonna lie, I was living my best life. I was doing enjoyment galore. But when it was time to be focused, to be disciplined, and to just put all my energy into buying the house, I made it happen. So it's one of those things where you think you can't do something, but once you put your energy, your mind, and your focus is on that thing, it is doable. I mean, when I started, I had $5 grand, and I had $5 grand saving for 10 years. It was just sitting there doing nothing. But once I made up my mind to say I'm about to do this, at the beginning of the year, and granted my credit report was also poor, because like I said, I was living the best life. It was poor, guys, I'm not gonna lie. But once I made up my mind from March, and I said to myself, I'm gonna buy a house by the 31st of December that year. March, I had 5 grand. November, December, I had 25 grand in my bank account. And me won, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say, and I put a down deposit of a house, which I'm now living in on the 31st of December 2022. So all I'm saying is, guys, it does work. The focus, the mindset, it all comes into play. And you just have to stick to your plan. You stick to your goal, it will come. It will come. Don't rush yourself, it will come. So thank you so much, Michael. We're truly blessed by that. Does anybody have anything else to say to Michael, just in case he has to leave us?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
it. Oh, so Dapo?
Just something to share, if that's okay.
Oh,
in line with what you just shared. I could do.
Please.
Give it up for my rich husband.
All right. So 12:34 Saturday, 1st of February. I don't want anyone to call me Father Tim anymore. You need to call me Mr. Rich. That was a joke, by the way. So what I wanted to share is, so Remy just reminded me this thing about mindset. So maybe a little story about how I became rich. My property story, I bought a property on shared ownership. I own it fully now by God's grace. But I was actually thinking about this coming in this morning. I had the mindset when I started working that I was going to save my money because my parents allowed me to live there for a couple of years, or to live there for as long as I want with them. At the same time I was throwing away money because I wasn't paying rent. I decided a very simple thing. I was going to make my own sandwiches going to work for at least a year, right? The difference between paying £2 for a sandwich way back then, or buying a loaf of bread for 30p from Tesco, and then a different range of fillings, so whether it was going to be just a simple butter sandwich or margarine sandwich or ham sandwich on a good week. Doing that for a year plus got me to getting the deposit that I needed for a house. Right? It's the mindset. A lot of us think that the little things, we don't want to do the little things because they're so boring. We don't want to do the little things because what does it matter? It's only just another 20p. That 20p over a year, over 2 years makes a difference to your life. So it really is about the mindset. So I just wanted to share that because your story about that.
Yeah, so just to add on, my small steps was I wasn't going to nobody's birthdays. I didn't go out for dinner.
Yes.
I was making my own food at home. I was doing my meal prep every Sunday. Work, it was sandwiches from home or what might left over from the day before. So I guess to Dapo's point, it may seem small, but in the grand scheme of things, it will become bigger and bigger. I mean, in my slide, I'm going to share the 1p saving, but guys, honestly, you may think it's not going to make a difference, but it will. Sister, if you wanted to share.
Good afternoon. So I said today that I wasn't going to talk, I was going to come and buy, but looks like it's not happening. So the scripture that I got this morning, I led prayer, we have morning prayers, and I was leading, was the story of the 10 virgins. 5 were foolish, 5 were wise. So what made 5 foolish? God did not make any of them foolish. It was a decision that put them either as the foolish ones or the wise ones. So everyone is sharing, is shared. What will make the difference is when you cross that door. This and use the word energy. Everything that is happening, we're all excited, we're nodding, we're agreeing. It's what you do when you cross that door that will make you either the foolish ones or the wise ones. Thank you. The reason I'm saying thank you, last year, people that joined the prayers know this. God made me sit down to learn money. He didn't say, learn how to make money. He said, learn about money. And I did right because everything you shared is what he's been speaking to me. The 4 steps, the awareness, that was the learning, and the other points that you have. So it's just a confirmation for me. There's money everywhere. I spent Friday, Saturday, Sunday with some people, all of them are multi-millionaires. The one that I had the privilege of sitting on the table, I asked him, trust me, I said, how does it feel to see millions in your account? I asked the question. He laughed and said that every morning in the bathroom, that he used to, before he made the 1 million, he used to tell himself, I'll be a millionaire, I'll be a millionaire. So when he got to 800, 900, and then crossed the million, he felt nothing. Because it's normal.
He's already received.
Yes. So now he's telling himself 100 million, because it's about 20-something million now. So what am I saying? You said it. One. What am I saying? Money is neutral. The problem we have a problem in the world is because very few good people have money. Many bad people have money. And so they are using money as a bad tool to propagate all the agenda from the pit of hell. And if we don't wake up to this, we have a problem.
Yes.
We have to think kingdom financing. It's not about me. It's not about you. If you're just thinking you, then there's a big problem. It's the kingdom. You cannot do the impact, the kind of work we need to do to impact this world without money, serious money, not the kind that we have in this room. You know that moment where you just go, that's what she just did. But no, thank you for sharing.
The prudent spender and save, an investor. That's the name we came up with on the fly. Because unlike Michael and Remy, I'm not really into the financial world. But I'm here standing to share my experiences of what I have lived in my life and how I have come from a place where maybe I've known poverty and now, to an extent, God has prospered me, right? I'm not saying that I'm there yet, but I'm not anywhere near where I was. Amen. And there are things that I've done ever since, over a few years now, well, not more than a few years, but so I'm going to share. So this session is really going to be about sharing experiences, but giving you practical things that are available out there, what I've done, what I've seen other people do, and how that has yielded results for me, right? We're going to talk about that. And the important thing is, Michael has already set a very good foundation, not just for this session of Money Management School, but even for the next one we're going to be doing. Because the key thing is about mindsets. And it's interesting that we have not actually checked each other's notes or anything. But a lot of the things he's spoken about, you will see them pop up in my notes. So I'm going to share them with us. Also, another disclaimer. Pastor mentioned earlier that everybody has faith, right? You have one faith. Even if you say you don't have a religion or you don't have, one religion that you believe in, you still have faith, right? So a lot of the things I'm going to be sharing also is based on my faith in what I've learned from my faith and how I've mixed that with this thing about making money and being able to live. So I'm going to be, a lot of the things I'm going to say is going to be interwoven with that. So I just thought to say that just in case there are people who are not yet in the Christian faith, but that's what I have lived through and how it's impacted me. So yeah, that's it. Let's start. And I might be referring to my remarkable tablet every now and again because I have some notes in there that is not on the slides. Also, my slides is not as elegant as Michael's, but it's got information. Amen. It's got content in there. And I've got I've got a lot of things in bullet points, right? So that we can just to prompt me to talk about stuff and everything, yeah. And then there'll be a question and answer afterwards. A bit of a background to myself before I go to the next slide. So I'm the last of 6. I'm the youngest of 6. I've got a brother who is the first, and I've got 4 girls. There are 4 girls between us. All my siblings are grandparents at the moment, so it's good for them. We were born here. My parents went back to Nigeria back in the 70s, 1970 to be precise. I was only about 1 year old at the time, so I didn't even know that I was born here, so I was told. and my siblings used to actually, talk to me and, tell me that I was actually found on the street, and they just pitied me and brought me in. But hey, I love them to bits. Amen. However, when we landed in Nigeria, things were really good because my dad is a chartered accountant by profession. My mom was a nurse, and she happened to be the head of a matron of one of the biggest hospitals in Nigeria back then, ABU's area, ABU Kaduna. Most of you know it. So the university is based off of that hospital. My mom was that. So things was really good. We're having a ball and all that stuff. Dad used to got jobs in different places and away with mom. And then of course, life happened. Mom passed away when I was 8, and things took a downward turn. So, like Jiro said, you probably came from a place, even though I was young, you came from a place of abundance to a place where there was nothing. I mean, there was zero. We were so poor. I mean, I don't even want to go into some more stories. We were really poor. So this is not just making up stories. So some of these stories I'm telling you that are things that I've lived through. Sometimes my brother, who is the first, and I would be at home, and my dad loved us to bits. I mean, he had a lot of faults. He had a lot of things that he shared with us, but he loved us to bits. So we were living in the north of Nigeria where I grew up, and he would sometimes travel and say, I'm going to be back in 2 weeks. And he would leave enough money, just enough money for about 2 weeks. The trouble is that Dad never came back in 2 weeks. Dad always showed up maybe 5 weeks later, 6 weeks later, and I'm telling you true stories. So in the meantime, what did we have to do? We had to survive. We're still my sisters would be maybe in boarding house. My brother was at home. He was between secondary school and university at the time. What do we do? Sell old newspapers to make 50p, buy rice. My brother was resourceful. So some of the things I'm going to be talking about today are linked to that. He was very resourceful. I would cook rice, add some salt, and use palm oil, and would eat it. But you know what? We would eat that food, and we're joyful children. We're glad, we're happy. Now, that's not to say that poverty is a good thing.
It's very bad.
It's very bad. And there's a place I'm going to with this story, right? I'm going somewhere with it. Not to say that poverty is a good thing, but we kind of lived and we were happy. But we're learning things that I didn't even know we were learning until later on. How to be resourceful, how to deal with difficult situations. And then Dad will show up. And once he shows up, oh God, life will be so good again. And then they repeat, kind of thing. So that was the story. And then he started to lose his job and things went even worse. If he's going to tell me off now. So before she tells me off, let me just do. It's the beginning of. Amen. Okay. So I'm laying this foundation just so that when I start telling you about the things that I've come from, you'll understand. And repeat that, and then things was when Dad started to lose his job as well. And he had all these great jobs. So if you're in Nigeria back then, the biggest companies, UAC, UTC, Leventis, Kingsway that you mentioned, that we got all these jobs and everything. And somehow he was in there for 6 months, and then boom, he's no more there. Northern textures in Nigeria that used to make, textiles, that used to make address, Peugeot. All this, Dad worked in some incredible places. And in fact, one time, just before his death, he was telling me that in 1977, and he mentioned and I don't want to mention their names, about 3 guys in Nigeria at the time. He was working for UAC, right? He said after a board meeting in 1977, they sat down in the room, and after a board meeting, they distributed dividends to them of something about 1.5 million in 1977. So I'm telling you stuff that the kind of things we're coming from, and somehow, maybe because of his youth, he was telling me this time he was now a Christian. He was telling me the things he's gone through and some of his regrets and some of the things that God has brought him through and stuff. But I was glad for that experience. So this is what we came from, and then we went to so much poverty to the extent that we lived. And some of you heard this story before. The room, at one point we didn't have a house, and so the church we were going to at the time, they had a storage in the back of the church, one room. And that's where we lived for 4.5 years. I still remember the imprint of that room till today. You come into the room, and on the straight ahead of us, we had a table. And on the right, there was the bed. And then there was a fridge behind the door, and then just a little space. And we lived in that room for 4.5 years. One of those times, I used to school in the north of Nigeria, and then during the holidays, I'll come back to the west. And Dad didn't have enough money to send us back to school, so we didn't go back. Basically, I did first year in FGCK. My second year, I missed the whole of it because there was no money to send us back. So during this period, during lunch, next to the church, there was a big school, a primary school, and during their lunch time, again, the same kind of thing. So all this time, the same pattern was still going, where Dad would leave some money and he would go away and there would be nothing. He would disappear and then appear again. So to live, to actually survive, we would, they used to call it, in the north, they call it balewa, but it's basically sugar candied, very sweet, like made of sugar cane. So we go and buy some of that, right? We sell some papers, buy some of that, then we'll melt it in water and freeze it up so that we can sell it to the school children during lunch. And that's how we would live off that and we'll survive for a few more days, kind of thing, just hoping that Dad will come back one day, and then hopefully when he comes back, there'll be some money. But I was doing that one day, I was 11, and I was doing that, and someone who is a family member really, and some of the people who stood and said during when my mom passed away that they were going to help us, they were going to make sure that we don't suffer, because my mom was very liberal. Everybody, if you went to Ahmadu University then, the hospital, and you mentioned my mom's name, in fact, years afterwards, every time I would go there, they would say, your matron's daughter, your matron's son. And they would, the kind of love they would shower on you because of what she had done, even though she had passed on, right? And this guy, they stood up and said they would do this and do that, everything. Anyway, none of that happened. So we were selling this candy thing. And then one day he saw us and just said to me, and said, when your mates are in school, you're there selling candies and everything. And I just looked at him, and I was 11. I wasn't born again. I didn't even know anything I knew now. But I looked at him and I said to myself, I'm never going to be poor. At 11. I don't know where the next meal is going to come from. I don't even know why I was saying that. I wasn't saying that because I had any Christian conviction and everything. But I said, I am never going to be poor. And I think for me, that was the beginning of a reversal. So I can't stand here and tell you that even at the time I was saying that I knew what I was saying, or I understood it to be saying, speak to yourself. No, it wasn't any of that thing. I just said to myself, I'm not going to be poor. And I knew something broke at that age of 11. I became Christian at age 14 and then started to live 17. So yeah, with that background, let's get into this slide. Amen? This is where you know the non-professionals from the professionals. Okay, in this session, what we're talking about? We're talking about your benefits and entitlements, where how to make the most of your income, and then alternative sources of income. Now, there's going to be a session later on, part 2, where we're going to be delving into how to make money, investments, and everything. But this is just to give you some sort of basic things, right? So just stay with me. Hallelujah. I'm going to move here so that I don't block anybody. Can we see the pictures? Yes. What is common about this picture? Okay, so I've given you the answer there. I've given you the answer, yeah? Scraftsmanship, okay, excellent. But can you look at the pictures and tell me things that you can see? Maybe shout out. Hands. Yes. What else? Creating things. Huh? Crafts, yeah? Yeah, different crafts, yes.
They're all using organic things.
They're all using organic things, okay.
Physical end products.
Physical end products, tools. Okay, let's think about what's the attitude also, and what do they need to do? Thank you. They have to be. What else can you see? To be focused, you need to do what? What? Concentrate. Concentration requires attention, and attention is what? What actually I'm trying to get somewhere. What are they doing to get? Sorry.
Creating.
They're looking at that thing. Because it requires their attention, so they're focused on it, they're looking, they're concentrating, right? What else? How long does it take to make these things? It takes time. It takes process. And they're using their hands. Now, this person who is making the basket, at the point that he's making the basket, who is doing it for him? Huh? But why can't it be his brother? Why can't that hands be the hands of his brother?
It's the one that has to.
Because he's the one who sat there and he's the one handling it. So he's doing it himself. Okay. So what we're going to be talking about today, those 3 things that I mentioned earlier, I actually have an acronym for it called CRAFT. And I've called it CRAFT, and don't ask me how I came up with this. I was putting my thoughts down on paper, and it just occurred to me that this is CRAFT. And as I thought about it, I realized that to make your money work for you, you've got to use your own hands to make things. You've got to be focused. You've got to give it attention. You've got to look carefully at what you're doing. Every one of them have to look carefully at what they're doing. Because if they missed one beat, that thing will not come out right, and they have to start again. They have to be focused. It requires patience and what? Time. Does that make sense? Yes. And this is not all the crafts that exist. There are loads more crafts. But it all requires the same thing. Focus, attention, time, using your hands, doing it yourself, giving it the time it requires. Excellent. Cool. So that's it. And also, with each of these acronym, or these letters that we're going to look at, they're all interwoven, just like that basket. See, everything is woven together. Even with the making of the, maybe the wallets, you're using a thread to go through the leather, and everything is joined together. So I might talk about some things on the C part that you will find out relates to the F part, and that relates to the R part and all that stuff. Yeah, so bear with me. And also the way I've started, because I'm following the word craft, it's not necessarily that the C is the first thing you need to do, or everything just work together, right? So excellent. First thing. Contentment. Contentment is a state of peace and joy that comes from trusting, because I'm a believer, this is what I've lived, in what God has given you and accepting what He has provided. Now, sometimes we have a conflict with the word contentment, because contentment on one side can mean I'm content, so I'm not going to go for anything else. But when the Bible talks about contentment, godly contentment that is gainful, it's not necessarily saying that you should be lazy. But so what we're talking about in this session is knowing how to use what you have now, right, to make it work for you. This is not about making money. It's I've got something in my hands. How can it work better for me? How can I stretch it? How can I make the most of it, right? Contentment starts from firstly being happy with what you have. So whether you think you're poor, whether you're in the middle, or whether you are at the extreme end, you can still make more from your money, right? But it starts from having a contented heart. If you're not content in terms of being happy with what God has given you and provided for you, you can easily jump onto the other side, which is you start to chase those things, looking for contentment in them, and you will never get it. Now, you might get money, but you will not get contentment. Does that make sense? So it's key to know this. This is what I have learned. Because you realize that you need some sort of strength to be able to go out and do things. The things we're talking about, the most important things that when we live here, we put things to action. But how do you balance that need to do stuff with making sure your heart doesn't go after those things? That's what contentment is about. Yeah? Okay. Contentment really takes courage and discipline. A lot of the things that Michael has talked about, I mean, I'm just giving you this from my experience. It takes courage and discipline to be content with what God has given you. It takes courage. Why do I say courage? Because it's sometimes fear, can make you become discontent. Because poverty is not a good thing. I'm not going to stand here and tell you I've lived it. Poverty is not a good thing. Poverty can create fear. So what will happen is you can sit down at the session, listening to what the powerful thing that Michael has just taken us through. Because even I was like, wow, and then you think you are acting, but you're actually acting in fear. And then you begin to run after things that you shouldn't be running after. So when I say contentment takes courage, it means you have to acknowledge where your defects are, your defaults, what your problem is. But don't then flip over to allow those problems to take over your life, right? So you need courage to say, okay, I know where I need to get to. I know the things I need to do, but I need courage to make sure that I just still don't fall off the ditches on the sides, right? And then discipline. So some of the things we're going to be talking about saving, you might say, I don't have anything, but you do have something. And when you start saving, see, the temptation to go and begin to eat into the things that you should not be eating into could be there. How do you pull yourself back? What habits do you adopt? That's where the discipline comes in. And that's where contentment is so important. Courage and discipline. Firstly, what do? You live within your means, your capacity. Who goes to war and first does not sit down and count the cost? Who builds a house without first checking whether he has the resources to do it? What do you have? And everybody has something. Whether you're poor, whether you had money before, now you don't have money, whether you have money now and you now have the money, you have something. So where are you? The first thing, every time I'm into IT, and every time a developer comes to me and says they have an issue, I want to first understand what their understanding is. Where are you? I want to get them to understand it. So I'll ask them to tell me what the issue is and what their understanding is. Because if you solve a problem without understanding what the issue is, you're only going to come back next time. So the first thing to do is, what is my capacity? What can I do? Understanding this will mean that what Remy talked about, Remy and Tim have started talking about some of stuff. What is she talking about in terms of knowing that I'm not going to go in for parties? When Jerry says, Tunji, there's a big party happening next week. I'm going to just say, sorry. Doesn't make sense. And I've had to do that. I'll tell you a story. I was, when I first came back to England in 1993. And I did engineering in Nigeria. I wanted to do a master's in that. I was told to do a master's, you have to be a registered this. To be a registered this, you either have to be working or be a student. I'm like, what kind of catch-22 thing is this? So I thought, okay, in the meantime, let me go and do something else, get some money, and then I'll go and become a student, and then I can register. I started to work, and it took a while, but I started working. And then, but I wanted to go and do masters and improve myself. But I didn't have enough money. At the time, I was earning about £800 per month, working as an admin officer back in 1994. £800 a month and everything. I lived in a studio flat, but I knew what I wanted to do. And I said to myself, okay, I am going to set myself a target of saving X amount of money every month. It was only £80 or so at the time, but I was so determined. But after I paid my bills, after I'd done everything, set aside my tithes, paid my bills, do everything, I would have, I may have forgotten the figure, I think it was about £37.21. And you're asking me how you precise, I remember these figures. Honestly, every month, after I've said my stuff and everything. So when my friends come out, and I was just about 24 at the time. When my friends come out, let's go on this, I'm like, except you're paying me, I'm not going anywhere. But I had to live through that because I knew my capacity. I knew where I was going to. And I knew my savings is not for, because I wanted to go and do my master's. I wanted to improve my life. So there had to be that discipline and knowing what my capacity is. And so I pulled myself back from a lot of things for about 2 years. But brothers and sisters, by the time my time came, right, what I couldn't do for 2 years, I could do a lot of them in one weekend. It didn't mean that I did it, but I could. Does that make sense? I had the ability to. It didn't mean that I did it, but I could. Right? So that's what it means. You have to understand your capacity. Be disciplined about saving. So when you set money aside and say, I am going to save this amount of money, and then somebody comes next day, a new fashion comes, now they wear these big trousers and everything. Let's go to the shops. Know your level. And if you have to go to the shop, know what shop you need to go to. know what shop you need to go to. I'm telling you the fact. When I came back when I first came back, there used to be a shop called Mr. Byright. Mr. Byright, and then they were like the more fashionable one, maybe Mark 1. But they were not on the same level as the Next or the Moss Brothers or whatever. So when everybody's going to this place, me, I'll just go to, whether it's secretly or overtly, I'll just go there, buy my suit and everything. I knew it was just for a season. Now I can walk into a shop. We went for a couples retreat. I didn't have a shirt, and I saw myself going to I went to the shop. Then I went to the shop and a shirt. They were selling a shirt for £150, and I liked the shirt. And I'm thinking, this is good, designer kind of thing and everything. But I'm going to come to something later on when we get to tea that actually meant that I walked out of that shop buying that for £80. Looking at me. I'm going to come to something else. But what am I saying? I could actually, the boldness to even walk into that shop to say, I'm looking at this shop. Yeah, it comes from being disciplined, paying the price, and then now I can. But even now, I still apply some of these rules when I buy stuff. I could have paid £850 for it, but something I did, which I'm going to talk about, meant that I walked out only paying £80. Stay with me. So, so don't be in a haste to get things. Don't be in a haste to get things. For a long time, I wanted to ride a BMW. From the time I was young, I've always loved BMWs. And I'm saying to myself, I'm going to drive a BMW one day and everything. You must have known me. A lot of you knew me when I had my BMW. That was the answer to that prayer. But it took years, right? Now, I say it took years, but I was able to afford a BMW years before I bought it.
That part. Yeah.
Years before. So it wasn't when I bought it that I could afford it. But why didn't I go and buy it? The reasons. I could say, okay, yes, now right, I'm going to buy a BMW, but it means that other things will suffer. But also there's a balance. There's a balance where you have to reward yourself and get those things. So don't be in a haste. Those things that you're thinking you want to buy, you will get there, but pay the price first. I always tell my son, you either choose to pay now and play later, or you play first, or you and pay. But one thing is that whether as life happens, there's a time to pay and there's a time to play. It is always good to pay before you play. It is never good to play before you pay. It's painful. It's painful. Curtail your wild desires. Sometimes we have desires. They're really good desires, but you have to cut them back, curtail them. At the right time, you will get there. But in the meantime, to build yourself up, especially if you're struggling, begin to actually act on these principles. A lot of the things that Michael was telling us about mindset is actually that once now you realize what the issue is, how do I then get there? And that's what you need to do. So that's what contentment is. The R in the craft is for, actually, another confession. So because of the length of the slides, obviously I wanted to make it pretty and everything, not that it matters. Actually, that should be resourcefulness. But I thought, okay, resourceful will work as well, just to, to get it to look pretty. But resourcefulness. Resourcefulness is the ability to act effectively or imaginatively in especially difficult situations. Remember, we're talking about how to make your money go further, which means you need to learn how to be resourceful. Issues will come. There are times you will not have anything, but it's the ability to be able to act resourcefully and imaginatively in difficult situations, to be able to deal skillfully and promptly with new difficult situations, difficulties, and be able to find solutions to problems. What are we saying? So, for instance, when Dad would go away and not come back, my brother was resourceful. He would think, what do we have? He would look at papers and would go and sell the papers, get 50p or more, 50, I keep saying 50p, it wasn't 50p, it was 50 kobo in Nigeria, 50 kobo or maybe 1 naira. But back then, that was a lot of money as well. You could buy a lot of things, right? And then we would sell those things and then be able to eat. It meant that you came up with a different idea, a different thought. So people are going to, you want a boat, you want, what do they call it? And I forget the people that relate this way now. Anyway, you want a boat, let's say a guy that's popping and everything, but they sell it in Harrods, you know, for £500. But you know, they sell something maybe not equally as good as everything, but still okay. And for the where you are at in next for £100, resourcefulness means that, okay, you go to the place where it's cheaper. One thing I learned from someone, you'll be shocked to know who I learned this from, Donald Trump. I read a book years ago from Donald Trump. Donald Trump said, if you can get anything for free, never pay for it. But what he was saying was, essentially, if you can get it for cheaper, don't pay the extra £1. If you can get it for cheaper. And I took that on. I was in my 20s at the time when I read that book, and I thought, my God, and I didn't even know Donald Trump to the extent that I know him now. But that kind of changed, because if you can get it cheaper, you know, get for it. Sometimes you can even get the same quality, but you can get it cheaper. Remember back about 10 years ago, I wanted to buy a set of TVs. These smart TVs were a popular thing then. So what I would do is, and again, listen, it's not that I couldn't go to Curry's and just pay the price that is displayed. I could, and I'm not boasting. I could actually pay that price and walk and I'll still be okay. But I would look at the price at the time. They will have them on sale for on the shelves for 2,500. It's 55-inch TV, 2005 3K kind of thing. I would take a picture, snap the whatever, look for the model and everything. Then I'll go on the internet and search same model, whatever, cheapest, and you get the array. And by the time I finish, I'll have knocked £1,000 off for the same model. True. You have to be resourceful. That's what it is. Making your money go further for you.
It just reminds me, just recently I was talking to a gas engineer. He said it was difficult customers he has at the reach because they haggle to bring the price down. And he can pay. Yeah. But they would haggle to bring the price down.
That's what they're... Yep. See, a lot of us will be surprised to know what the rich do. I read a book several years ago. It was called, I missed the title. I think it was called The Mind of a Millionaire. And he talked about this guy had interviewed 100 millionaires. And he was, maybe, is that the right title? Do you know? Millionaire's Mind? Millionaire Mindset, yeah. And the thing that when I was reading the book, I was thinking, wow, rich people are, they drive the hardest bargains, you know. And another program I was watching, after I read that book from Donald Trump, I watched a documentary about him. He went into a shop. He says that you will always know the breaking point of a salesperson. He says he went into the shop, he wanted to buy other cars, right? About 30 of them. So he goes, he says, how much do you sell one? The guy told him, you know, when he says, man, they're still jumping and they're still confident and everything. He says, at that point, you haven't gotten the best bargain. Whatever they tell you, they might tell you, oh, we can knock off 10% for you and everything. When they're still bouncing and everything, he hasn't told you the best price. He told him, okay, I want to buy 30 of them and I want it at this price. And he gave him his price. He said the guy started running. He was like really, really fretting. So he went and called his boss. He could do it, but he didn't have the authority. He said he knew he had struck the right bargain. Because he could tell from the guy, because if he couldn't do it and it wasn't possible, they would just tell you, in fact, he won't pay any attention. But the fact that he started feeling fidgety and he didn't know, but he didn't have the authority to do it, so he had to go and refer to his boss. he knew he had gotten that bargain. And I thought, oh my. So this is how to, and I've practiced some of those things. When I said I walked out of the shop, coming out for 80 pounds, paying 80 pounds for a 150 pound shirt. That's some of the things I did. Antonia will always ask me, she will say, Chinji, please now help me here, jump in with this bargain. And sometimes I will make shakara. Shakara, by the way, is just, But bargain, the act of bargaining. And it doesn't matter, you can walk into a shop, the price is displayed, and you can still get stuff off. But it requires certain things that you should know and certain attitudes. Amen? So that's what that is. So, how do you become resourceful? By the way, you're going to get the slides if you want. There's going to be a quick QR code at the end. You can download. Shop around. Shop around. Don't buy things in the first place that you see, especially if you're struggling. There might come a time when you can. But if you're really trying to get don't be ashamed.
Shop for free.
Shop for free. And don't be ashamed about it. See, where you are at doesn't define you. You know where you're going to, and to get there, you have to maintain a particular attitude. Remember the contentment thing? So shop around. So you might go out with friends, and they might be content to buy it from a more expensive place. But you say to yourself, let me look around first. Yes. Shop around. Look. Shop for the cheapest place. Rich people do that. Don't believe all the vibe what you see on TV, people going into how they're coming out with bags. No. The real rich people that know where their money came from, they actually look for the best bargains, even if they have to pay somebody to do it for them. If you can get it for free, don't pay for it. That's a Donald Trump free for everyone. Use your accounts and credit cards to your advantage. Let me talk about this a bit. Accounts and credit cards. So when we're growing up, how many of you, I don't know if you back in Nigeria, I don't know, we used to have what we call this is what they call piggy banks now. But I was trying to look for a picture of it on the internet. But it's called Kolo. And if you grew up in the north like I did, it used to be made of mud. So the only way you can get your money out of it is to break it, right? So as kids, we used to have things like that we would save and put money into, right? And you could have maybe 1 or 2 or 3 and put different things for different stuff in there. The joy that came from breaking that thing when it's full and counting the money and knowing that, this is all mine, is great. Why am I saying that? I say that to say this. See, your accounts can really help you in terms of your saving habits. Have a pot. Now, sometimes you may not be able to have different pots, but if you can, have different pots for different things. Say, this is my holiday money. This is my this money. This is my that money, and save them away. Now, one habit that I have is that I have accounts everywhere. If a money goes into this account for this purpose, you can be sure that it's not coming out except for that purpose. Please, I mean, it might be laughing, but the discipline over the years has helped me. If I set money aside for education, trust me, it doesn't come out because, I went to Bergie's house and I just saw him driving this lovely Mercedes. And I said, I want to get the Mercedes. No. If it's not money for education, it's not coming out. So have pots. That's what those piggy banks served as for us when I was growing up. It's money for this, it's money for that. And now, these days, you have online accounts, you have savings accounts, you have all these things that you can take advantage of and put money away for different things. And I still do it till today. God has blessed me enough. I'm not here to make a boast, but I still do it today. I look closely to the things I have. So I have money for blessing people. I have money for holidays. I have money for this. When we want to go on holiday as a family, I say to Anthony, holiday money is not there, let's top it up and everything. Because until we top it up, we're not going anywhere. That's truth. When I set aside money for my children's school fees, that's what it's for. This is what I live by even till now. And it's just really helped me to be able to make things work, and it's worked for me. Credit cards. A lot of us sometimes are afraid of credit cards. And maybe rightly so, maybe we should be. But you can use credit cards to your own advantage. You can use credit card to your advantage. And it's actually, in this day and age that we live in, you should have a credit card. What you should not do is pay on your interest. Don't pay anything. So I got my first credit card in 1994, and I still had it. At the time, they gave me a credit card, and they said my credit limit was 750. At the level I was at the time, 750 pounds was a lot of money. But I don't like to pay interest on anything, my dear. So I got it. I'll use it to pay for something, and I'll pay it off. And then about 8 months into my having this thing, I said, let me even see how much they would charge me for interest if I wanted to leave it for a month and not pay. But mind you, think about my level at the time. This was before my IT days, even before my master's days and everything. At this time, I had in fact, I hadn't even gotten my first permanent job. I was still jumping from one. I used to have a sister. My sister-in-law used to work in a job center at the time. So a 3-month job will come up and say, Tunji, and I'll run and do it, kind of thing. So I was just getting little money. So then I left my interest, let it fall. And they came and said, the following day, I think I spent about £300 on it. And it was like, you pay £7.50. I'm like, what? £7.50 interest? That was a big, I told you, when at the end of my month, I had £37 left. So it was a lot of money to me. I just said, lie, I'm not paying. Lie means never. I said, I'm never paying anything anymore, right? That and this other time, I don't know what happened. I missed I think I got my timing wrong years later, and they charged me interest. But you know what? Because I've been paying it every month, I called them up and they refunded it to me. And the time I did that, by the way, I could actually let them take the money. But I said, no, you're not taking my money. Look after the pennies and the pounds, we look after themselves. So those that never pay interest. So you use it. But what I then discovered was every time I used my credit card, I started to get things like benefits. They would tell me that there was one time, I'm with Barclays in my cards and my accounts. And I used to get free coffees. I used to go into places where you get free things. They used to pay me back £8 a month. They did that for about 200. They stopped it now, but they did that for about 2.5 years or so. By the time I looked at how much they paid me every month for just owning a bank card that I never paid interest on, when they stopped, it was about 1,500 or something, from £8 a month for about 2.5 years, because it was building interest as well. So it worked in my favor, right? Also with credit cards, every time you pay for something, I never pay for going on holidays or buying shopping online and everything with my debit card. The reason is that's as good as transferring money. Yes. But when I buy things from sites, I've been unfortunate to go and buy things from fake sites. Yes. One of which happened about 2 months ago. I wanted to renew my Office subscription, my Microsoft Office on my daughter. So I was looking for a cheaper option. So I thought, let me go and buy it on this site where they did this. Except that they said, oh, you get a download code afterwards. I paid and everything, and download code didn't happen. I'm like, what's happening? I tried to reach out to them. They said they had the chat center. The chat wasn't working. The next day, I just called Barclays and said, look, I think I've been hit by a scam. They've asked me to fill a form. But the next day, they refunded my money. Those are the benefits. It's secure. If I use a debit card, you're on your own. They might help you, but they will charge you Halifax charges. Halifax will tell you that if you pay and you can't recover your money, we'll charge you £100 if we recover it for you. But if you use a Barclays card, a credit card, it's free. Find out. There are companies that still do it, still till today. So don't be afraid to use this to your own advantage. Use them to your limit. Don't make a default of them. There are certain things I don't use credit cards for. Like I don't give to church with a credit card because I give you my money, right? But things like going on holiday just to get that extra security, use them. They can work for you. You can make your money work further. Let me move on a bit. Next one is acknowledge. To acknowledge is to accept, admit, or recognize something or the truth or existence of something. It also means to have full knowledge of and be aware of something. So what are the things that are available to you as a person? What are the things that are available to you from the system that you can take advantage of? Those are the kind of things we want to look at. But you first still need to be aware of them, to know of them, so that you can take full advantage of them. But also, it also speaks to acknowledging where you are at and what the issues are, and then you can equally deal with them. So, first thing about acknowledging is to admit your strengths and weaknesses. Utilize what's available to you. How many of you know about personal savings allowance? How many of you know about that? How many of you have maximized and used it? Personal savings allowance. Okay. So, depending on what level you are, some of you might qualify, someone might qualify, but it's a good thing to take advantage of. It's only £1,000 of interest-free across all your savings accounts, but it's still something to maximize. Remember, look, if you can get it, go for it. So if you're a basic rate taxpayer, they give you £1,000. If you're a higher rate taxpayer, you get £500. If you're additional rate taxpayer, like a lot of us in this room, you get nothing. But it's still good to explore it. Yeah? So use that. Take advantage of your individual savings account. ISAs. ISA. Yeah, individual. Yeah. Take advantage of them. This year, for instance, 2024, 25, you can save up to £20,000 tax-free, right? If you're not using that, use them. This year when I was doing my tax returns, before I sent my stuff to my accountant, he did it and came back and said, you're due tax return of £4,000 and everything. I said, you haven't added my savings. By the time I added my savings to it, he said, you owe money. But you know what? If I hadn't even used my ISAs, that would be more. So basically what I'm saying, if you can save yourself some money, save yourself some money. Remember that we're just talking about savings now. We're also going to look at investments, right? But not in this session. But at least for now, the savings, take advantage of them. If you have money sitting in an account that is not yielding high interest, put it in an ISA. At least get what you can get. ISAs are they're not the ones that give you the highest returns. But at least utilize that. At least it's something. Right? If you have 20K there, you get interest at 4% kind of a thing a year. That's still something. And it's not going to be taxed. It's going straight into your pocket. Yeah? So get advantage of that. Utilize your account to benefit you. A lot of times you set up these online accounts and they'll give you things like money back in your account. They give you tickets to the cinema if that's your thing. They give you a few things. You can shop around the fancy shops and get discounts. Maximize them. They really, really help. They really keep the money, the pounds in your pocket. And I've done that. And I do that. I keep doing that even now, till now. I just, I don't, the cinema thing doesn't benefit anymore because I don't really go to cinemas. But there's still things. I think these days I get £5 back into my account every month. It's come down from £8, but £5. It's still something. It still pays me. Use it. Claim tax relief on your charitable giving. This is why giving is important. We're still going to talk more about giving. But you can claim tax relief if you give to charities. So, Chapel of Life, for those of us in Chapel of Life, Chapel of Life is a charity. I give to other charities outside of Chapel of Life. And when I'm doing my tax returns, my accountant asks me, which charities have you given to? And I give him and list everything.
Can you do that retrospectively?
Yes. You can. For even up to 4 years, I think. Yes. Up to 4 years ago. So you can go back and say all your charitable givings and then just look, I've given this amount and they'll refund that back to you. Right? If you're a high interest payer or a high rate interest payer, it actually works in your favor. Because every time you give £100, the charity can claim back £25 on that. Which means when you go to do your tax return, they will give you £25 back on the £100 that you've given. So if you give £10,000 to a charity, guess how much you're getting back? $2,500. That's a lot of money. So do that. Claim back your tax relief if you can, if it works for you. Make sure your money doesn't just sit with somebody else who it's not there. I mean, it's good to have your money in your own pocket. You work for it, you sweat, make your money go further for you. So these are things that you need to just be aware of. Find out what's happening. It used to be about £5,000 when ISA started. Now it's £20,000 a year. I mean, that's a good sum, and it keeps going up.
But Atunji, can I just share something I did on that utilizing of the back? If you just go back to the slide. Yeah. So something I just recently did that a lot of people don't take out. So I have an account, my nationwide account that gives me what's it called? Benefits on car insurance. So I have a nationwide account that gives me benefits, car insurance. I pay a monthly subscription, and it had gone up from I was paying £13 to £18. I was like, I'm not paying that.
So I did my shop around and I found that Virgin was doing exactly the same thing, but at £12.50. So what did I do? I didn't just close the account. I swapped the account to get £200 back on a new account. So because I'm not going to use the account anymore. So what I did was I closed the account, and I instead of closing it, I got a new account and swapped it.
I'm going to come to that again when we look at the next letter. That's good. That's good. Thank you. Oh, I'll keep going back. Let me go back. Where am I done? Next one. Okay. I want to acknowledge you also want to learn about other sources of income. So again, we're not really going into details. Just want to highlight some of these to some of us, right? Stocks and shares. Every time you go for a financial seminar, they always talk about this. So investigate. Don't be scared about them. They are good things to do. There was actually a time for about 2.5 years. I actually lived off stock IT, and I did this between 96 and 98. I actually did stocks and shares and investments online. I was trading in the NYSE and New York Stock Exchange for 2 years and made money off it. So you need to give time to it. You need to be like those guys at the beginning, look carefully, learn about it, and you can make money from them. But they are there. There are other sources of income. Properties and investments, we all know this. Straight things. You know, if you can get on the property ladder, but some of your saving habits will help you to be able to do that, to get on the property ladder and then to begin to expand from there. Yeah? Have a business on the side. Have a business on the side if you can. You know, some of the things are good at, as long as well as your 9 to 5, you're in 9 to 5, have something that you're doing on the side. And now I appreciate that not everybody would do, but if you can, it's a good thing to do. And also monetize your skills and talents. Now, this is different from having a business, because every time we talk about having a business, people think that you have to start a company. Sometimes just your talents and your skills, you can monetize them. Sometimes you might just want to go on YouTube and begin to talk about food. If you like food, if you like cooking food, if you like to make hair, if you can monetize them, it's a way to generate funds. Stuff that you can look at. Remember, you have to be resourceful. They are being resourceful. What do you do where you're at to actually change your story? Begin to just do them. And sometimes you just start doing these things, not necessarily looking for any big thing. And then things change. People begin to subscribe to you, they begin to talk to you, ask you, and then that's where your millions will come from. But those are options that you have. Monetize your skills and talents. And then there's cryptocurrency. And right now, AI investments is a big thing. I'm already reading into this. I have said that's about the only thing I'm not doing on that board. But I started to read up on that. AI investments. It's really hot stuff. You know, if you have the time, learn about it and everything. Cryptocurrencies also is a good thing. But remember with these things, they require time, they require patience, they require that you look carefully to what you're doing. So you see crypto on there, don't go and just put your money, all your money into crypto tomorrow, because it's volatile. It goes up and it goes down. Yeah? It goes down, but it will go back up. But it might be that the time it goes back down, it takes a while before it comes back up and you've lost all your money. But do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you add gold and silver to that?
Gold, yes. Yeah.
Because
actually,
also,
how did I miss that? Yes.
Silver, because gold, everybody knows that the price of gold is going up. I only learned this recently. The price is going up. Nobody is buying silver. But what will happen
when gold goes down?
Silver. So people who invest in silver now will be like the people who initially invested in crypto.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I actually didn't know how I missed that. And it was one of the things I wrote down on my paper. Gold and silver and all those precious metals. It's a good thing to actually have on there. And what Jessica just mentioned just now is very key to what Michael was saying about 2020 when the market crashed. So every time the market, when I was trading the NYSE, I used to trade options. Options are a bit more risky, they're a lot riskier than shares and stocks and everything, but they also make you make a lot of money. But what used to happen is, when I went for my training, the guy said that, look, every time there's a fall in the market, there's a downtrend in the market, people are making money. And we used to think, how is that happening? And he said, every time the things are going up, people still make money and everything. So, but they showed us the tactics. What we call bulls and bears, right? You just have to read the news, follow what's happening in China. So Trump will say one crazy thing in New York, and then something will happen to the yen in Japan. the Chinese prime minister will come up and do something and say one crazy stuff, and oil will fall down in Saudi Arabia, kind of thing. But all that stuff is happening on the stocks and options. People are just listening to news and just saying, look, based on what I'm seeing on the news, this is going to happen. And options are about the time and everything. So you say, in 30 days, I'm going to bet that the price of oil is going to go from $15 to $75, or from $75 it's going to crash to $20. And people are making money. There are people, as we are speaking, people lying down on a beach in Hawaii somewhere who have never been on the computer, who are making billions just because of options. But you need to read about them, inform yourself about them, right? And gold and silver.
So the other slide. So what I discovered is you know how you think that with property investment that you need money. So that was my eye opener. So when I come back, I'm going to meet them, those millionaires in Peterborough in February, because they're going to tell me how you make money, how you trade property without having money. So it's called No Money Down. Yes. So there's so much that we don't know. There are multiple strategies when it comes to property. That I was looking at this guy, this multi-millionaire bought his first property in 2015. I bought mine in 2001. He's a multi-millionaire. Knowledge. So hold me accountable. When I find out, I'll come to you. I just want to break the fact that you think that you need money, because that's what's kept all of us. That I need to build up deposits. I need to, no. People are making money without having money.
Okay.
When Jessica spoke about trading in gold
and silver.
But all these platforms, we see them, but can you tell us, do you know any particular platform where one can go and invest? Because there's so many scams out there that
yes, I do.
You don't want to do, especially when you don't know much about it.
No, yes, I do.
Yeah.
I know a good Christian. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine.
No, I do. I know. I came across it through Pastor. Oh, you met him, Pastor Paul Gordon.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
He teaches
on how to
buy gold and silver. That's where I learned it, so I can give you this detail.
Yeah.
Sorry for speaking while you were speaking. I was excited.
Yeah. So with all these things as well, we'll put. Actually, maybe I have to update the slide and put them on there. Like I've got on my phone right now, I've got billion volts, right? You can use that for gold and silver and all this stuff. Billion volts. So when if you want to trade in silver and gold and stuff, but read about all these things. Maybe there will be a session where we can actually go into this a bit more. Because with everything, remember the picture at the beginning, it requires time, concentration, effort. Don't do it if you're not ready, but you are always encouraged to do them. But be ready to actually put in the time. For crypto, there's Coinbase is one of the best out there. There's crypto.com. I used to use crypto.com, but I found out that it charges a lot more than Coinbase, so actually I've moved my account into Coinbase. There's different wallets. There are different ones out there, but we can send more information about them later if you want. Yeah? Okay, excellent. Let's move on. The thing about this thing, before I move on to the next one, is all the things you're doing, the little driplets here and there. So the money you save by shopping around, plus the money you save from investing, plus the interest you get, by the time you add them up together at the end of the year, they actually come to a lot. So each one of them are not, you might think they're just getting triplets from here, but it's actually, is it Tesco or is it Asda that says every little helps. Every little helps. Honestly, every little helps. Now when we start talking about even energy bills and everything, as we talk about when we get into faithfulness, you will see what we mean. Right? Every little helps. Even with your energy bills at home, the things that I've done. I mean, and I don't take those things. You might think, at this stage, no, I don't take that. I was changing my my broadband just about 3 months ago. In October, they were going to charge me. I was on 125 megabytes, right? Broadband speed, 125 megabytes, and it was £54 when they were doing it, but they gave it to me for half price for 1.5 years. So it expired in August, and then when they expired, they said I was going to start paying £60. So I told her, I said, look, where I cancel my account and everything. And you know, they always want to, I said, no, but what I do, I go and shop around first and see what the price is, best price. Did you know that I got broadband from the same Virgin? I'm going to charge me £60 for 125. They gave me 1.5 gigabytes and I'm paying £32 a month. But they were going to charge me £64 for 125 megabytes. You guys, did you get that? So if you, and they would easily charge you and they'll be happy. So those things that's how you are faithful with what God has given you. That brings us to faithfulness. Faithfulness means that to be faithful means to be firm in adherence to the promises or in observance of duty, conscientious, a faithful employee. What does that mean? God has given you certain things and He expects you to look after them effectively. It is required in a steward that a man be found faithful. See, money flows in the direction of the strong. Yes. Money flows in the direction of the strong. The strong is the person who is faithful. The strong person, right? I'm not talking about physical strength, is a person who is faithful. Faithfulness, if God says, He says that if you are faithful in little, you will be faithful in much. If you don't demonstrate faithfulness at the level you are at, much is not going to be committed into your hands because you're going to treat it shabbily. Sometimes when we read, I'm just standing because I'm almost going to preaching mood. Sometimes when we read the scriptures and the Bible says that don't cast your pearls before swine. Now that's talking to humans. What makes you think that God will cast His pearls before swine if you're going to be behaving foolishly? If you're not faithful with the little He gives, nothing is going to be committed into your hands. So those little things about monitoring your energy bills, your insurance, and because you're so lazy, you just let it roll over to next month. That's being unfaithful to what God has given you. It's just crass irresponsibility to allow somebody to take £20 for you for every month because you think you're earning £50,000 a year. £20 is nothing to me. No. It matters. Look well to the state of your flock. That's what faithfulness is. Let's go on. Take stock of what you have. So first, everyone has to go home and say, what do I have? What do I possess? What are the skills I have? What is money? How much do I earn a month? When I was earning £898 a year, I knew exactly how much I had and how much was going on. And that has been my attitude. Now, I'm earning way more than that. But that attitude hasn't changed. I look well after my what God has given me. Because I am responsible for what comes into my hands. And I'm going to give account to God about it. You must have a budget. Now, I'm not going to go much into this because I'm just going to do that. You must have a budget. You cannot be a faithful person if you don't have a budget. You can't just go about spending money without a budget. You can't go to Tesco's every time and it's just a shop for free scenario, attitude. No, you've got to have a budget. I'm going to go into the shops and I want to spend £30 and I will come out. Now, every now and again, you might, maybe one day you come out with 28, you only spend £28. Sometimes, some day you might spend £32. But you know what? The budget has constrained you. But when you don't have a budget, you say, I want to spend £30. You come out, you spend £150. And you're thinking, where did the money go to? Buying stuff that you don't need. So have a budget. They say a good way to have a budget, I'll come to you in a minute. A good way to have a budget is to do a budget, do the 50-30-20 rule. 50 on essentials. Your essentials are your house, your feeding, your school, those stuff. Non-essentials, 30%, and 20% towards saving. Right? Some people know it as the 80-20 rule. 20% towards saving or emergency and stuff, kind of a thing. But have some, I don't want to go too much into that because Sister Remy, who is the expert in budgeting, is going to take us into.
Yeah. When you said that when you go into a supermarket, you do your budget, that they play on that mindset. As soon as you're coming in, they out, play 3 for this.
Yes.
But then when you look at the grams of what they're selling you, even if you buy a whole packet, it's even more cheaper than buying those 2 for whatever.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, I was just going to say, don't listen to none of that because
it's a rip-off. Sorry, it's actually a rip-off. One thing I would just say is, the 3 for 2 or buy one get one free is a rip-off. What I would just say to you guys is, for anything that you're doing, especially when it comes to money, if you're going to Tesco's, Sainsbury's, whatever you shop, have a shopping list. And it's not just having a shopping list because you need to look at the list. If you know the aisle, great. If you don't, just walk. Just continue walking. Walk. Stay focused on where you're going, because there's too many stories where, and I think Genevieve just said it, you get a surprise at the till. Sorry, I never get surprises, sorry. And I'm being honest. I never get a surprise. I know how much I'm going to spend. Honestly, guys, I'm not joking. If it's £30, 1p, okay, I can let the 1p go. But if I plan to spend £30, I'm spending £30. So you have to stay disciplined and focused to everything that you do when it comes to money.
It was on my slide and I took it.
Yeah, I just wanted to share this thing about budgeting. I personally fought it for years. I can remember I was looking around for a team because we had a conversation on the call, and I was like, I hate budgeting, but God made me sit down. But my level is a weekly budget, like tracking. Let me tell you what has been highlighted to me. It's habit and the pattern. Because I always do accounts. If I don't do it, accountants will do it anyway. But me sitting down every single week to actually see where my behavior changes. So when the money come in and the bills have gone out, week 2, how I think I have some flexibility. Week 3, week 4, money is coming in, so I feel, I can now spend because something, so my behavior was highlighted. Because if you actually want to understand you, because we don't know ourselves. So for me to know me, when it comes to spending, that was what God made me do. Sit down and weekly look at you. So it might be what some of us might need to do. So it's not just budgeting, I want to just spend £30. It's to understand you and see what makes you do what you do. Yeah.
Thank you. Apparently I've got 5 minutes more, so I'm going to move on quickly. And the good thing about budgeting and knowing what it is that you begin to quickly see your patterns where you're spending your money. Monitor your spending and keep records. Monitor your spending and keep records. I've done this for about the better part of 7 years now. I have an Excel spreadsheet that I have, and all my spending across all my accounts, every single entry goes in there. So I can actually just do a query quickly and just see how much I spent over the years. About a month ago or so, I started to digitize that, so I've written a program now that actually does that for me. So it's easier, a lot more easy to query than an Excel spreadsheet. But I've always done this every single year. I know how much is coming in. If I want to know how much I earned in 1 year versus how much I spent, it's all on there. But it's monitoring what God has given you. Do that. Have different cash pots and accounts. We spoke about that earlier. Having different things. Now you may not be able to have 10, but if you just start with 2, but just know that, okay, this money is for this and everything. And discipline. The key thing is discipline and contentment and the courage to do so. And then finally, thankfulness. Now, remember the bit where I told you about how I walked into a shop for £150 and I came up with £80 spent? This thankfulness has a lot to do with this. If you're going to really, really make your money go further for you, you have to have a thankful heart. Contentment at the beginning, thankfulness at the end. You have to have this thankfulness. Thankfulness is the feeling of being happy or grateful because of something. Now we know we are grateful to God for what He has given to us. You've got to be a thankful person. If you're not thankful, you may have £1,000 and you may be able to go into the shop and buy something for 500, but you'll be miserable. You'll be miserable. A lot of billionaires and millionaires. See, when God talks about money, having wealth, and prosperity, he's not really necessarily talking about the amount of money you have. He's talking about the prosperity and the prospering of your soul. You can have £1 billion tomorrow and still be miserable. But when you have a thankful heart, somebody said, yeah, you know, and that's funny. That's actually good. That's actually, a lot of people say that. A lot of people say that. And I know we joke about it. Yes, it's good. I hear you. I hear you. People say, let me have the billions and then. But these are real issues. There are people who've gotten there, and you realize that, you know, you can't really spend the money. You know, you're not really happy. You're frustrated, kind of thing. Remember yesterday when I started contracting? I started contracting in 1998, and remember I told you how that I was earning £890 and everything. I tried for about a year or so to get into IT. I didn't get into IT. The first contract I got as a contractor, God did it. I didn't have to have an interview. They were paying me £11.50 an hour. In a year, that came to £25,000, and I felt I was on top of the world. I did that for 3.5 months. My next rate after that, £11.50 an hour, was £25 an hour. Are you hearing me? I did that. I was working for a university then. I did that for about 9 months. Then I went to work for Reuters. Reuters took me on at the time in 2000 at £32 an hour. I left Reuters on £45 an hour. But I'll tell you this story for this. Every time I was working there, I was really, every time, overtime, boom. Weekends, boom, and everything. And I started contracting in April of 1998. By 2000, I had enough money to buy a house. Right? So I wasn't lacking in money. But what I wasn't doing, I was frustrated. Because I didn't know how to step back from, money was so, it really had me at that time. And then one day I said to myself, what's the point of making all this money and not be happy? And you know what I did? I stood and I said to myself, I declare from this year on, 4 weeks holiday, straight up. Whether contracting or not. 4 weeks holiday, at least for me. And then I started traveling. I started living and enjoying, rewarding myself. And the happiness, the joy. So all the 3 years before then, I was making all this money. It was good. I mean, I could say, yeah, but I wasn't really happy. So there's one thing to say, I can get all this money, but your happiness is quite important. Yes, for Jessica.
Just so quick.
Yeah.
My voice is loud anyway. I've worked with a lot of corporate millionaires, and every single one of them take cocaine because they're not contented and they're not thankful. Yeah. And the Bible says that the thing of God maketh one rich. The blessings of God maketh one rich.
And added no sorrow.
No sorrow.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I say all that to say this. Thankfulness. Always be courteous and kind. When I walked into that shop and came out £70, I spent £70 less than I should have spent. It was because I went to the guy and I was just smiling all through. He told me the price. I said, you want to finish all my money? And we're laughing. We started laughing and everything. Initially, it was a bit, but by the time I finished with it, the guy was laughing with me. When he gave me packed the shirt to me and gave it to me, he was saying, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. I went out £70 cheaper than I should have paid. It wasn't on sale. I told him, what I told him was that, look, I really need this shirt. We have a couple screen, and I didn't bring my shirt from home. All this smiling and laughing, and I said, but I don't have this money. He first took it down to £120. I said, is there any way? He said, okay, let me check. He went on the computer. Maybe I should call and I will post it on what? No, it wasn't TMU. It was a high-end job. It wasn't. So I told him. So he typed on the thing. I was there for about 20 minutes. He typed on the thing, and then he came, and then he spoke to the colleague of his. Then he came back, and the colleague said, if you do this, if you do that. Honestly, I walked out paying £80.
I've always told that I remember being told, not you. we were taught at one seminar that every shop has a discount. Every, no matter how and that what you do is there is the manager's discretion. There's manager's discretion, and by the way, with most things, let's take retail. Remy's worked in the retail industry. So let's say it's a new season. They bring out this shirt.
Yeah.
They have, if they sell 100, they've broken even. If they sell 200, they've made profit. So once they've sold 200, from that point on, that's when they now start this issue of
sales and so forth.
Sales, you do this, you do that. All that is pure profit.
Profit.
So they have a discretion out on the shop floor. And when you ask the shop floor, if you ask the person who is on the shop floor and they don't give you, ask them, can I see the manager?
Yeah.
I would like the manager.
Yeah.
Sometimes they will go somewhere and come back and they will give you a lot of people don't like to do it because they think it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Just let's go there. How much you know? But I always, never buy anything full price.
Yeah.
I would always ask that why can you not give it to me
at that price?
At another price. And 9.5 out of 10 times
they'll give it to you.
They'll give you.
So Alice,
okay.
At what Pastor said, our own Patrick, a butcher, he taught me this.
Yeah.
He said, do you know how many trainers I have? I can tell you the ones I bought and the ones I never paid for. You just ask them. So I put that into practice as well. There's one day we went to church and said, Patrick taught me. They will say no. But then Patrick taught me.
Yeah. This is what, yes? Sister Nadia, it's not my fault over there.
Marriage husband, Jenna.
Okay, how?
I went to dinner last night with some friends, and we went to this restaurant. You know, you have the deal when you buy a voucher. We went to the restaurant and we're sitting there, we're eating this food. It's lovely, you've got 3 courses and 4 courses in. And then one of the ladies that was with us, we were all working on Zanzibar, but she's now retired. Now she's very savvy. She likes to go to these nice places, so we all thought, okay, we'll go to this restaurant. All of a sudden, ooh, my tooth is broken. So sorry, what? She put out a small piece of her tooth, her literally come off the tip of her tooth like that. She goes, oh my gosh, no, this is not good. There's something inside that bed. She now called the manager. Said, please, can you come look? My tooth is broken off. She's taken it. The bed she's swallowed. The small piece of tooth, small. I was like, hang on. Small piece of tooth like this. She's taking it. She's got a tissue. And she goes, I'm sorry. There was something in that bed. My tooth goes, I'm not blaming you. I'm not saying it's the person that baked. It could be that you bought the bread in. It could be the people that supplied it to you. But there's something there. No, this is just not good enough. You know, I need to pay for this too. To have the tooth, please. I'm saying this time, like, are you serious? I'm telling you, the whole bill's free. Plus, they're going to talk to her about having the tooth fixed. We all left like that. I was like, ow.
Okay.
I'm not saying that.
They are so. Okay. Yeah.
So just want to share that. Yeah. So especially on electrical goods, do you guys know about price difference? Okay, so let's say you bought something from Price Match, yeah. So if you buy something and it was at full price and it goes into sale, you can go back and they'll refund you the difference. Yeah, I've done it many times. I've done it. Please don't attack me. Please. So shall I just say it again? I bought TV from John Lewis. It got delivered. I've set it up. I went back online. I checked. It's gone down. I wrote to them. In America, they do this a lot. So I just Googled it to find out if it's something that they do in the UK, because I didn't even know, again, to your point, being resourceful. I went online, I checked, and I said, do John Lewis do Price Match? It came up with yes. I wrote to John Lewis, and they gave me the difference.
But what was the timeline?
The timeline was, I don't think it was up to a month. It wasn't up to a month. I don't know the rules, but I do know there are different shops have different rules. However, with John Lewis, you can always be guaranteed to get the price difference, only because they're a reputable company, not just because I work there.
They stopped it at some point. Price match.
Okay, let's bring you on. So again, find out from the different companies have different policies, and just find out what the policies are. But there are times where that comes into play, yeah, and you can actually avail yourself of that. Have a pleasant attitude. We talked about that. Again, just carry yourself in a pleasant way. Being pleasant, it can go. When I go into when I want to cook African food and I go into the shops, I mean, there's just many ways. Many places I get discounts because you just go and laugh. Sometimes I go to Waffles Market. I want to buy material to go and do my Nigerian attire because sometimes I like to take what I want to wear to Nigeria. And I go into these Indians and everything. And now, by the time I go, talk to them, smile, laugh, and everything, come out there with discounts. Sometimes it cost me maybe £150 more. They give me the discounts, and I buy theirs. I take it to Nigeria, so it come back. When I was in Nigeria, one of the things I used to know was to deal with different people in different ways. I grew up in the north, so when I come to the west and I see a Hausa man, you know, they're sewing your shoe, they're sewing your dress and everything, I just talk to them in Hausa, just 2 phrases, discount straight away. When I went, you know, when I went to Enugu, I served in Enugu when I was doing my NYC, and then I went back to Uyo as well, and different culture, first time there and everything. By the time I lived there, people will smile and give you things just because of the pleasantness. So be pleasant. Now, these last 2 things, you will say, how do you make your money go further by these things? But this, for me, is actually, if there's anything I want to encourage us to do here, is to learn to do this. Be liberal and give. Michael touched on this. He talked about giving. If you look at his slides, there's no way that you can make money in a godly way without learning to give. Because God is a giver. You have to be liberal. I told that I wasn't sat down to be taught about money. But one thing I learned from my dad, with all his troubles and with all the problems that I saw him go through and cause for himself, my dad was liberal. Maybe perhaps that's one of the things I picked from him unconsciously that I didn't know. But he was liberal. My dad would give money, I'll be thinking, but we don't have, why you give it? He was just liberal. That's who he was. Yes, he struggled with money. Yes, he struggled with jobs and everything, but he was liberal. If you are going to go further with your money, for whatever state you are in, learn to be a giver. When you're a giver, somehow God causes resources to flow towards you. In whatever situation, causes resources to flow towards you. Be a liberal giver. Then, this last point is very important. If not, you make the money and you'll be frustrated to the ends of the earth. Learn to reward yourself. Notice I said reward yourself, not be foolish about money. So which means reward means that you've done something and now you need to enjoy the benefit. The Bible says that desire accomplished is sweet to the soul. So it is accomplished, not just desire. Desire accomplished is sweet to the soul. But once you have accomplished it, learn to reward yourself. Go on a holiday, buy that shoe you wanted to buy, the bag, the car, the home, whatever, but learn to reward yourself. At whatever level you are. If you can't go on a holiday, go out, buy the KFC and rejoice and come. The Feast of Booths. That's what it's all about. Just rejoicing on what God has done. Celebrate at whatever level you are. But what that does is it gives you so much strength and motivation for the task ahead. God bless you. I hope you do best. If you want the slides, you can scan that, or you can wait for Sister Remy to send that. Yeah.
So one of the pots that Tunji talked about have one called guilt-free spending. So if the pot has something, it's for you to treat yourself. If it's empty, that means you haven't done the work.
Whatever we can put to that information.
No, if it doesn't,
I apologize.
We'll send it to everybody, don't worry.
So I apologize.
We'll send it. I hope all of you have registered. Yes. If you didn't register, well, did you register? Can you put it back up?
It should be back.
Oh, it was just registered.
I don't know what's happening.
I got it.
Hey, there you go.
it working?
Is it working?
Can you blow it up?
It's working.
It's working. Oh, yeah, you got it now.
It works.
It's your light.
I'll take the light. Android phone.
It should work because I tested it before.
Yeah, it's working. Who's using Android here?
Oh, please tell them. That's the one that's not working. I'm proud of my Android. Hi everybody. Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, sorry.
It's all right, I've read the certificate.
Should I leave it?
It's
So
okay.
there's a
We'll be sending
if you go into chapeloflife.org, make your money go further. Make your money go further with hyphens in between them. You should be able to just download it. Chapeloflife.org / make your money go further with hyphens between the words. You should be able to download it. But Sister Remy is going to send out the link to the slide.
Does anybody have any questions? So thank you so much for that session. Okay, so how many of you have been blessed so far?
Oh yeah.
I'm about to scatter everything.
Come on. We give you permission.
Thank you, Pastor. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay, so honestly, it's been a while since I've done this, and yes, this is my day job, but it's been a while since I've talked to people about budgeting outside of the 9 to 5. So please bear with me. My lovely assistant will be flipping the presentation. Please. Okay, so I'm going to introduce myself in a few minutes. Then we'll go into why we're here, budgeting. I'll then give you my top tips for budgeting, and then I will touch very, very briefly on debt, because in our part 2, we're going to do a whole segment on debt, because I don't think it's something we should rush. I think it's something that we need everybody to be focused on. So I'll just touch very, very briefly on it for today. Okay, so who is Remy? That's me. I've been in the finance industry for over 22 years. Don't try and calculate it, you will never guess my age. I have a passion for numbers. You'll find out why. I love a bargain. I'm like Pastor O, I don't believe in paying full price for anything. I love being part of a community, and I think it's one of the things that makes me who I am today. Without community, honestly, life is hard enough, but without community, it's even harder. I am the founder of Remy on the Money. It's something that birthed 2 or 3 years ago, and it birthed from the fact that every time somebody in church has an event, I'm always asked to do a budget. And that budget is just basically, which I'll go into in a few minutes, but one of the things I do is not just do a budget, is to help you make money. Because with most events that we do, especially in the UK, a lot of people don't even break even. So one of the things that I do is help you to break even at the very least, and then help you to make some money from that. Next slide, please. Okay. So most people that are in this room, I'm sure you all know what budget is, but I will still talk about it anyway. Budget is a financial plan. It helps you to know how much it helps you with and track your income and your expenses. It is a tool for managing your money, because that's the only way you're ever gonna know how to manage your money. It helps you to guide your financial goals, and it's a way to gain control. That for me is one of the biggest reasons why I do budgeting, because a lot of people want to have a soft life, but you don't have control of the money that you're earning, and you don't manage the money that is coming out of your account. It's a way to strategize your savings. I'll go more into that in a few minutes as well. and it's the key to financial freedom. One of the things that I'm also aware of is that most people think that you need to earn a lot of money to have a budget. But my thing to that is this: even with the small money that you earn today, even if it's small, I'm not making any assumption, whatever you earn today, my thing is know how to budget with that money, because when God gives you bigger salary, you already have the foundation, of how to manage it. You will not get, let me not make an assumption. It's better to learn whilst you've got the small amount of money now, because when the bigger thing comes, it doesn't overwhelm you. Okay? What a budget is actually not punishment, because it's actually not a punishment, and it's not restrictive, guys. I still shop at Zara. I still buy my Starbucks coffee every single time. It's not restricting my life. It's making my life better, right? It's not just for people that struggle financially. It is for everybody. All walks of life, at whatever point you are in your life, it is for everybody. It's not set in stone. You can have flexibility, right? It's not to deprive yourself. Again, I go on holiday. I go business class. I'm not on, I can't say that more than enough. I go business class every single time. If I don't have the money to go business class, I stay at home. And that's me being honest. I'm being honest, I'll stay at home. So I don't deprive myself. And honestly, guys, we work hard enough. If you want to go business, right, save your money. Save your money. And I'm not advocating for business, no. But if you strive to be in that lifestyle, work towards that lifestyle. It's not time consuming. At first, it may seem like it is time consuming, but once you get the hang of it, honestly, it becomes second nature. It's not a quick fix. It's actually not a quick fix. You need to be diligent. You need to be focused, right? In anything to do with money, you always have to be focused and you have to be disciplined. Yeah? And it's definitely not one size fits all. Bros T talked about, so I'll go into the next slide. Bros T talked about the 50-30 rule, 20 rule. I don't go with that because I know what works for me. We all decide within ourselves what works for you and you run with that. I'll talk about that rule in a second. Some of the myths that I've come across over the years of doing this, people tell me I'm not good with numbers. Nobody is. Honestly, nobody is good with numbers. But it's something that you have to continue to put into practice. Yeah, start small. I'm a spreadsheet person. Every day and every day. I don't use any apps. I like to see my money, my numbers in black and white. I do monthly budgeting, but not just monthly. I look at it full year. I've actually got a yearly budget. Yeah, and only because I like to know who I'm paying my money to. Is it rent? Is it Zara that's taking most of my money? I need to see that so that I can review anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. You see how excited I am. Okay, money, I don't need a budget because I make loads of money. That's rubbish. It doesn't matter how much money you make, you need a budget. It's not going to allow me to buy what I want. Is that true? No, because I can technically, but I can still buy whatever I want. Like I said, I'm going business. So I'm very happy about that. Only people who cannot control their spending needs a budget. Again, that's not true because we all need to control our spending. We all need to monitor what we're spending. It may take too much time, but like I said, the more you do it, the better you get at it, right? It's just like going to the gym. You go to the gym, somebody has to teach you how to use the machine. You can't just go to the gym and say, I want to lift, what's the heaviest weight? Sorry, I'm looking at some people with muscles, so please don't. It's not like you go in and you're lifting, I don't know, 50 kg. Sorry, you have to start from somewhere. And that's basically what this is telling you. I don't need a budget, I have it in my head. When people tell me this, it drives me mad. But honestly, you cannot calculate budgeting in your head. It does not make any sense. Write it down, use an app, whatever works for you. Most people love everything on the phone. If that's for you, go for it. Monzo is very, very good at helping you with that. Like I said, I'm a black and white. I love a spreadsheet. Yeah? Anybody wants my spreadsheet? I can send it to you. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Okay. If I go budget, I fail, so why bother? No, that's not true, because there's a way how you can never, ever go over budget. Yeah? You're supposed, as Brothers just said, spend within your means. Yeah? Cut the coat according to your size. Budget for some people is boring. For me, it's life. And I can't say that any more than that. It's actually life. I live by my budget. Again, it's not restrictive, but I do live by my budget. It will not allow me to have a soft life. Well, that's a myth in itself. I love soft life, and don't be unapologetic about having a soft life. Thank you so much. So these are the two different methods of budgeting. Like I said, the 50, 30, 20 rules is basically 50%, like Brad T said, household bills, regular food shopping. 30% goes to your wants, your takeaways and all that kind of stuff, cinema and all that stuff. 20% goes to savings. Now, most people call their savings in the budget line as an emergency saving fund. I don't like that word emergency, because that tells me something is going to happen. I'm more of an opportunity fund. Yeah, because what that means is if you don't have any opportunity that month, because like I said, I do monthly budget. If I don't have an opportunity to spend that money, it goes into my savings. Yeah, I'll talk more about opportunity fund later. Zero base is what I live for, it's what I die for. Zero base is just basically saying, this is how much money I earn. That equals to how much all my expenses. So if you're earning £3,000 a month, your total expenses needs to equal 3,500, sorry. One has to equal the other. Now, next slide. Okay, one has to equal the other. But I'll go more into, because for me, my budgeting, when I do my budgeting, every line item has a name. Every pound has a name. So go to the next one. My first tip, obviously, is setting your financial goal, but know your numbers. Like I said, some of my pound is called rent. Some is called savings. Some is called electricity. Some are called Zara. Some are even called,
Business class.
That's it. Some are even called business class. I'm okay with it. But again, know your numbers. I can't stress this enough. You have to do a very low level budgeting in order for you to fully understand where you're spending your money. Stop doing hypothetical numbers. Stop doing estimations. Yeah? Go to the second one second. Okay, go back. Stop doing estimations, because that's where you get yourself into trouble. Second tip, having a budget is one thing. You need to review your budget. Now, every month, I set all my direct debit for the first of every month. I get paid monthly. If you get paid weekly, this might work very, very differently for you. I get paid monthly. So I review my numbers. Second.
Can you go back to
yeah, sure.
the other slide, please? I struggle because I'm self-employed.
Okay.
And when you said stop doing hypothetical numbers, I mean, I can ask later if you want. I was going to ask you, how can you not, when you have no idea what you're going to be earning because you don't know what contracts?
But you can project. So there's difference between projecting and hypothetical. Okay. So projecting basically say, okay, I am going to earn, you know, what your contracting figure is, as in what your daily rate is. You can project based on that. Hypothetically saying, oh, I might spend this and I might spend that. So those are two different things. So projecting your future spend is technically budgeting, because you have to budget, and that's more of a forecast, right? So you're forecasting how much you're going to earn, how much you're going to spend. Someone like me, I'm in full-time employment. I know every single month how much money comes in and how much money goes out. For someone like you, you can forecast and you can budget. That's essentially what budgeting is. You're basically predicting, whereas some people, they hypothetically put in fictitious numbers into their budgeting. Make sense? Okay.
Sorry,
I
have a question. Just to add to that, you can use your 3-month budget to forecast where you'll be in 6 months' time or in a year's time. Just project it to that. That will give you an idea, you know.
Yeah, so it's getting a bit too technical.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's all right. No, it's fine, but it's a good question. So you can also use trends, and I don't want to go too much into finance. No, that's fine. So trend is basically looking at your past income, and you can use your past income to project your future income. Yeah, but we can do one-to-one afterwards, so it's fine. Again, so when we now talk about reviewing your numbers, so you've done your budget, right? Reviewing your numbers is now saying, okay, I've put £900 on rent, but what actually comes out, it's £800, right? So that means you've got £100 savings. You have to do that for every single line item that you have. So what I tend to do is, on the 1st of every month, all my money comes out. On the 5th, depending on if there's a bank holiday, there might be a couple of days after. On the 5th of the month, I go to my bank statement, right? And I go line by line, how much money has come out. Because at the end of it, I've got opportunity funds. And also, just to let you guys know, I also have, what was the word you said, Sif, about guilt-free pots? Yeah, I actually allow for a treat every single month in my budget. I work hard, I've earned the money, I think I deserve a treat. Yeah. I also have a thing called, I also have a pot called eventualities, because there might be a month where I need to support somebody, comes back to giving. But I need to allow for that in my budget. It doesn't mean I'm going out looking for someone to give. Oh, please, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, oh, Jesus, why did I mention this now? So I do allow some money for eventual. I do allow money in for, I do allow a line item for that, because I don't want anything to infringe my normal expenses. But one thing though, guys, and you have to have a good heart. Once that money is finished, it's finished. And I'm being honest, once that money is finished, it is finished. I cannot go and bring money from somewhere that I don't have it to. So you have to be very, very disciplined and very just explain, this is the situation. Honestly, by doing this will make your life a lot easier. Yeah? Why am I keep looking at David?
Sorry, can I say something?
Of course you can.
Yes.
when I worked in the bank, I worked in corporate affairs. We had money for corporate responsibility objectives. So every financial year, we would budget, let's say, £50,000. All right. So if a need arose, we would make a case to management for that amount. And if it was £1,000, we would now remove £1,000, and then we would now say that leaves us with a budget of 49,000. And we would do that until the end of the year. And if it ran out before the year ran out, then that's the end of that budget. Meant that we have exhausted the funds for corporate responsibility objectives. So if anybody came and their need was very pressing, we would now tell them that we would accommodate them in the next year. So that was budgeting, you know, at corporate level.
At corporate level, 100%. Of course, you have to run that way.
We were very diligent with it. And only, I mean, in the 13 years I was in the bank, I think maybe only 1 or 2 years did we actually have to go for a supplementary budget. We had to keep within the budget.
So pass the question to you then, actually, but based on this. And this, I'm not trying to be devil advocate, right? But it's a real question that I have, because I remember I read the Bible somewhere, and Jesus Christ is saying to, I believe it was Jesus Christ, I don't think it was Apostle Paul, I think it was Jesus. And it's basically saying that if somebody comes to you in need, and they say, and he says, I need something, and you have it, but you don't give it, like, that is not right. Okay, now, and please, honestly, if I'm honest, as Shola sitting down here, this is all, for me personally, I've never had this mindset. Never done a budget in my life. I've never, and it's actually maybe a bad thing, right? I'm very much go with the flow. Maybe that's why I'm the way I'm. That's just me. And I love today because I'm learning, I'm growing and everything. But I also feel like, oh my God, like I don't feel like some of this in my mind, I'm like, wow. And this is not to say, because I do believe in obedience. I believe don't be crazy. If God tells you give, right? So don't just, because I want like you want to give. But I feel like it's important to maybe have that caveat there. Because what has happened, unfortunately, and I've been, I won't say a victim of it, but I've been in that situation. But I've been in a situation where I have given liberally. But I've also been in a position where I really need it. And the response was that, where I'm aware that maybe somebody, and it's fine because nobody owes me nothing, right? People have budgets and have different by the way, others should be Shola. Some people have that, right? But I also feel like, so where's then the place of, I know something has a name, because I tell you what, when we bought our property, and this is 8 years ago, and we were in a completely different financial situation, and God has been so faithful, even sustaining us today. But I know somebody, and I'm not saying people should do that, because like we say, when we give, we shouldn't give up our credit card, we should give them what we have, right? That's correct. And I actually believe that. This person, and again, it was as an act of obedience, took out a loan to sow into us, right? But the moment he took out the loan, that same day, when he went to his house, he got an envelope, and that envelope was in tens of thousands. Now the envelope was already there before, but do you see what I mean? Like sometimes, and I just feel like it's important for us to sometimes be okay to break the law or break the rule if you need to, and then replenish. So I just feel that balance sometimes.
So if I could come in. You've actually answered your question. All right. What God expects of us is to have the budget and to call everything by name. All right. So when there is a need for the exception to the rule, God will now call you and say, take now that one that you called by that name, I have called it by a different name, and give it to the person whose name I have attached to it. So that's where obedience comes in. But with people, you see, the Shola, I'm like you. The problem with people like me and you is that when God has not even said it, because our heart is so open like that, we sometimes go and take the one that is for something important, then we give it, and because God didn't send us, then we now start struggling. The person we gave is now God is happy, and then we are now suffering, and the people that were not concerned that didn't get anything are now That's why you see, I know that, and I know my propensity. I'm more on the side of erring on the side of generosity. But that means that's why somebody like me too, we don't budget but if we do, then we're less likely to have some of the challenges that we have experienced. So there's what we call in Nigerian language, it's called a fowofa. It means self-inflicted problem. So I have some self-inflicted problem based on my lack of discipline in this area.
I was just about to say lack of discipline. Yeah, sure. And Sam, sister.
Can I also say, can I also say that, and that's good, and Sharon and Pastor, you're very right, that remember with these things, the Bible says those who are led by the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God. With everything we're doing, we know we're led by the Spirit, so there will be exceptions. But can I also suggest that even planning and budgeting helps you to be more of a liberal giver? Because remember Paul, writing to Corinthians, he says, every one of you to set aside a certain amount every week so that you can give. So which means that's the planning. You have to plan to set it aside so that you have to give. So the budgeting. So even your budgeting helps you to be a better liberal giver. And like as we said, with all these things, remember the last two things I said, being liberal and giving. I personally, in my life, I don't know how that I can get to this level that I've got to do without giving. Now I'm not trying to force it down anybody, but it's something that works. It's a principle. There's no way you can go through the scriptures and come out on the other end and not see that giving is important, because God gives. Just to say that.
But can I also add, giving is not just about money. So just wanna.
The caveat I will say to that. Some people say that they get you. Giving money is quite important.
Right. I'm not.
The hardest. The reason why I'm saying that is not to be because the only thing that contends that people contend with when coming to giving is money.
Yes. Okay.
So what we say,
I can agree.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
In this case, money is the one that competes with God. And if you can't give money, there's a half issue.
There's a half issue. I agree.
So I'll keep it short because actually Pastor should have said what I was going to say. But I do some financial coaching, and I find especially with pastors, ministers, they tend to have this problem where they say, oh yeah, but I can't keep in my budget because I'm giving. But just like you said, if you put it out there straight up and you pray about it, you've got it there, then you find out that you don't have that problem because it's already accounted for. Another thing I wanted to say, there are so many different methods. There's that 50, 20, 30. There's another one that you can call 50, 20, and the rest is 10, 10, 10. And the rest, that first 10 is like your tithes and your giving. The second 10 is your short-term goals. And your third 10 is your further investments.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Moving on swiftly.
Thank you so much. Okay, so savings should be part of your lifestyle. Honestly, I think that speaks for itself. But honestly, even if it's £10 or even if it's 1p, sorry, can you go to my next slide? Oh dear, it's a bit blurry. Okay, so the general gist is basically if you, is it still blurry?
Yeah, let me come out and try and see if I can do it manually. Hold on.
No, I think it was because it was a snag. It's okay. So with the 1p, what it's basically illustrating is, and Monzo is actually doing this, you do, the first day, you put away 1p. The second day, you do 2p. The third day, you do, the third day, you do 3p. Cumulatively, that's 3 plus 2, that's 5p, plus 1, that's 6p. In 3 days, you have put away 6p. Now do that every single day for 365 days, you will have saved £667 something. Yeah? That's just 1p, guys. Don't worry, I'll send you the slide. Don't worry. It's basically 1p. Now do that with 10p. Yeah? Honestly, I think sometimes we overcomplicate so many things in our lives, but just start small. You don't need to go and be saving £1,000. If you don't have the £1,000, you have 1p, you have 10p. Do whatever it is within your capacity. Yeah? Then one thing I will also say, so I have pots of money that I save, and I've opened accounts for these pots of money. One is called wedding. One is called school fees. I'm not married. Why can't I save for it? Why do I need to have a boyfriend for me to start saving for a wedding? Why can't I do it now? For my birthday, I saved my money. You people saw my birthday.
Why are you pointing to me? Am I doing
Because of what you said to me. I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is, don't wait for the event before you start saving for it. Yeah? I have an account, I'm very happy to share. It's with Moneybox. It's a 95 days account. That basically means for you to get that money out, you have to give them 95 days notice. Do you know how many days that is? That's over 3 months. By the time the 3 months is up, are you gonna need the money? No.
That's good.
Guys, I'm being honest. For just savings, just normal savings, I put away £5 every month. Just £5. That's not gonna make a dent in my budget. But guess what? That £5 has a name. Wedding has a name. So all I'm saying is make a saving your lifestyle, because you will be all better for it at the end of the year. And every single time I review and I check, okay, is it working well, not working well? Guys, because of time, I'm gonna have to whiz. Go on, Shaw.
Can I just say something?
Of course you can, yeah.
This is for parents, right? I think it was students. I don't know whose wedding I went for, and it don't tell me that I have 2 children and wedding is coming. And it's not like I did not know that I have 2 children that are growing. And they will marry one day, because I'm praying for them to marry. So, starting that pot early, so I had to create. So I have like pots, a lot of pots. I was speaking to her because I was looking for others to start. And she said, the CV, you've already opened it, the pots. 2 pots, I opened it. And they all have different names. Everything we're sharing here, I'm telling you, it's something it's not a surprise. You're going to get married.
100%. Okay, so debts. Again, have a line item for debt. But this is gonna actually blow your mind, but I need to just make sure you are aware of what you're doing. Let's say you have a debt. Your minimum payment is £150. However, the interest is £145. You are only paying off £5. However, if you do number 1 you will know how much you have available as well for number 4. Next slide, sure. How many of us have signed up to subscriptions where you have a free trial? Yeah? All I'm saying is, all I'm saying to you guys is, I don't have a Prime account. I don't have a Prime account. I don't have Netflix account. I still use Prime. I use Prime. And I also have Netflix.
Free trial. She uses her friends.
No, that's right. Some people are already paying it. Let me utilize them. I'm sorry. That's what they allowed me to do, but they allowed me to do it.
But I don't think we should give that.
No. It's not no. But however, the with Netflix, you can have an account with Netflix and you can add people. I pay $4.99. I pay $4.99. But I'm just saying, for the Prime, I use my family. Oh, please let me hold my hand up. I use my family and I use it nicely. But it's not. Obviously, it's not what I would advocate. But I use my family, and anything that I want, they just get it for me. But subscription in itself, I think everybody needs to review all your subscription and just make sure you're not overpaying, because sometimes you do. And even with Prime, if you do have a subscription and it times out, put a timer into your diary. Don't put it on the 30th day. Put it on the 25th day. Yeah. Oh, I have a few hands. Yeah.
Also, a trick that I use is as soon as I'm signing up for something and it's a free trial, I'll say Siri, set a reminder to cancel the trial before, as I'm doing it, because I know human mind, you're gonna forget.
Some people don't have iPhone. Some people have Android.
And with Prime, so my brother has Prime.
Yeah.
I don't think my brother doesn't live at the same address anymore, but what he does is he does Prime Share.
Yeah.
So 20 people pay £20 a year.
Yeah.
So I pay £20, one of his friends pays £20 another.
Yeah.
And then we all use the Prime as much as we want to use it. So Prime's like £95 a year. So if you know you have like people who use it or could benefit from it, just share it with people as opposed to taking it across yourself.
Thank you. Okay, number 6. Okay, creating opportunity funds. So in my budget, I have an opportunity fund, and that's basically once I have allocated all my expenses, rent, gas, electricity, all that kind of stuff, and offerings, tithes, all of that kind of stuff, and the eventuality fund. If you have any money left, I don't call mine emergency, but some people call it emergency. I put it as an opportunity. What that means is if I don't utilize that fund that month, as well as having my savings line item, this is another line that I put into my budget. If this is not spent, this goes straight into my savings. Ma?
This is different from emergency. Emergency is for like a contractor, like myself. Yeah. If I'm a contractor, I need to know my monthly expenses, right? I know that my household expenses say 10K, right? I need times 12, 120K in an emergency fund, just in case contract does not come. So that's what that fund is. Opportunity is what you're saying. That emergency is when something bad happens. You become sick or something happens. You need to have, if you're a permanent staff, 6 months buffer somewhere. So that's what the emergency fund is.
So you may not like the name.
I know. So like only the there. It's only this.
But what about you calling it?
Exactly. Because what I'm saying as an opportunity is that if you do get that contract, that money is now free money, right?
Yes,
right. So that's what I'm saying. That money becomes an opportunity.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So I just don't like the word. Sorry. Okay. Number 7. Again, this is very, very important, and We will be going into depth in our next finance session. However, it is very, very important to invest for your future. It's either via education, knowledge. I'm one of those people, I don't know how to trade, but there are people out there that are trading. I would rather give my money to people that knows what they're doing and they can trade for me. There are some really, really good groups out there that are expert, that live and breathe these kind of things. Go and seek. Pardon?
We have some of them.
Okay. Honestly, it is very hot. Okay, we have. There are many groups who have degrees, PhD for these kind of things. If it's not an area of your if it's not your subject matter, seek advice. Don't try to trade by yourself, because some people have been burned, so that's what I'm going to say. And it's not for the faint-hearted. Investing is not for the faint-hearted. Like, I have an investment line in my budget. It's either I'm honing in on my skills, my finance skills, or I am putting it towards my future. Again, seek advice before you start thinking about doing this.
Be sure you know what to do.
So I'm going to end very, very quickly, again, briefly, on tips on managing your debt. Again, very, very quickly, a debt is the amount of money that you owe to somebody. Next. Very, very important. Know your numbers. If you don't know your numbers, you will get yourself in trouble. Again, I think Bros T talked about credit cards. Unfortunately, we live in a world where it's the catch-22. You need credit to do certain things. Some people may not believe that, but you actually do. Owning a credit card comes with a big, big responsibility. You really have to know how it works. I've had a credit card for the last 4 years. I've never ever paid interest. That's because I know my numbers. I use my credit card as a debit card. Pure and simple. I know the dates of when my statement is. I know when I can start spending with my credit card. You have to know your numbers, and you have to be very, very disciplined, especially when it comes to credit card. Some people think that credit card money is free money. It's not free money. You have to pay it back. Yeah. And then also with credit cards, that's how I get I'm being honest, that's how I get my business class. I get my business class, so I don't just use Amex. With Amex, with Avios, you can also load all of your debit cards onto their website. So if you use your normal debit card on their website, because you can use their website to go to a different portal. So if I'm shopping at H&M, I'll go into their website, I get H&M, I get additional points. From those additional points, I can either use my credit card or I can use my bank card. I still get points. Guys, look, we pay enough money to the government. Let's try and claw some of this money back. For my business flight, I'll be honest, for my business flight to Nigeria, I paid £350. That's right, business class. All I'm saying is, let whatever you're using work for you, because you're paying enough money in tax, in expenses. Let's start to claw some of that money back. Next slide. Very, 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 very important. Understand the situation that you're in. Don't try and put it underneath your bed. Don't ignore the letters that comes through your door. It's not going anywhere. It is sticking to you like glue. Understand the situation that you're in, because that's what's going to get you out. I'm not going to stand here and tell you guys I've never been in debt, because I'll be lying. But guess what? I talked to my accountability partner. You are a product of your environment. And I think Michael touched up on it, Bros T also touched up on it. Be around people that are like-minded. Fortunately, that's what you need. Around you that are like-minded, and people that will help you when you are in this sort of situation. If they don't know, if they can't help you, they will point you to the person that can. Yeah? Speak to the debt agency. Don't do this on your own. I have called the people who I owed money to, and they have come to a settlement. But obviously, you have to understand and know where you're at, which is where the mindset comes into play. You can't do this thing alone. Let me be frankly honest. You cannot get out of debt by yourself. Yeah? There are government assistance schemes that you can get involved in. Again, this is not my area of expertise, but we're going to get someone to talk about this. So I know it's a hot topic, and I will get someone to come. We will get someone to come and talk about this. Make a list of who you owe and what you owe. This is where you need to search your soul, and this is where you need to be very, very honest with yourself. Transparency on debt is the only way forward. You can't hide behind it. It's not going to go away. Unfortunately, again, in this country, bad debt equals bad credit. It doesn't mean, and I'll be honest, having a bad credit doesn't mean you can't buy a house. It doesn't. But it means that you are buying a house at a very, very high interest rate. Right? I think my next one, yeah, obviously, before you get into the debt, make sure you pay your bills on time. If you don't pay your bills on time and it goes into a default, that's 6 years of your life. Because that is going into a default on your credit file. And there's nothing you can do once it's got to that stage. That's 6 years of your life where you're going to have to pay high interest on anything you borrow. Don't forget, guys, credit score is not just there as a number. Even some jobs requires you to have a clean credit file. When I got my job at John Lewis, they did a credit check on me because I work with money. So it's not just there as a number. You have to constantly check in it. There are people who are wicked in this world. They will use your name to go and get money. I've had someone use my name before to go and get a loan at M&S. They know that's my shop. Anyway. Prioritize your debt. And the reason why I put this here is because some people are trying to pay off debts that have been defaulted. There's nothing you can do. You've already got that default. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't still sort it out. But by prioritizing what is most important, again, if you don't know how, speak to the people that know how. Debt is not something you can manage yourself. I'll keep saying it. It's not something you can manage yourself. Seek advice and seek help. Yes, sir.
Let's prioritize your debts. Did you mean rank your debts?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Again, I don't advocate for this, but you are in debt for a reason. Money is limited, right? Again, seek advice, but I would urge and tell you to try at least pay something. Again, speak to the people that know more about this. Don't just leave it. By you leaving it, you're causing a bigger problem. Yeah, I don't advocate for paying minimum payment because you're technically not paying nothing off. But in order for you to get yourself out of this situation, seek advice so that they can best advise you in terms of your best course of action. Again, I do this a lot. Where I know I'm very forgetful. If there are things I know, I signed on to Amazon while I was in America for the 30 days trial. I put it in my diary for the time I came back. I cancelled it as soon as I got back to London. And I was only in America for 10 days, 12 days. This is extremely important. Put these dates into your diary. Another thing I was doing about dates was when my credit card was due and what my statement date was. I used to also put that into my calendar so that I can track these dates. Tracking these dates will also help you with your financial freedom journey. Trust me. Next. Michael said it in his presentation. Speak to your creditors. They are the only people that can get you out of your situation. Speak to them and be honest. Don't try and front. Don't try and think you have chest. Speak to them and be honest. One of the things that they will try and do with you is they will do an income statement, and it's asking you how much are your expenses each month. You have to be honest. If you lie, it's at your own detriment. You have to be honest when you're speaking to your creditors because they are the only people that can help you. Next one. Thank you. That's it. Does anyone have any questions? Ooh. Oh, okay.
Just wanted to know a little bit more about credit cards. My attitude has been, in uni I had a credit card because I had to push on. Then I was in like $100,000 worth of debt, and then paid it back, and I was like, I don't need it anymore. But then you need your credit to build. Now I'm looking at going back into it because, or getting one because I'm moving out, getting my own space and stuff like that. What are the most important things to be mindful of?
First of all, per Michael's first thing today, you need to assess. Honestly, credit card comes with a big responsibility. Are you managing your money effectively now? Because if you're not managing your money effectively now, sorry to say, no, I'm not sorry, you have no business getting a credit card. Pure and simple. You need to know how to, thank you, I'm sweating. You need to understand how it all works before you go and because getting a credit card, honestly guys, is very, very easy. Every company is wanting you to take it. But you have to be the responsible one and know whether you're actually ready for that responsibility. So you need to, first of all, know that you are managing your expenses currently. Like I said, I use my credit card as a debit card. As soon as it goes on, I pay it straight off. If you know you're that diligent, then yes, get a credit card. But if you're not, you've got no business getting one. Yeah, and I wouldn't even say, oh, I think I'm okay. Try it for 6 months first. Yeah? The first 3 months, I think you're still just finding yourself. 6 months is a long time to maintain your budget and your habit. Yeah? Then after that, review it yourself.
I heard something about you should never use more than a third of the limit. How is that?
Mule, like I said, I use it, I pay it off. I go by, remember I said, not one size fits all. I know how diligent, how disciplined I am, so I know what is allowable, what is not allowable. Remember, everybody has their own theory. It's only you that knows what you're capable of and what you can do. Nobody can tell you any different. So a third, a half, which is why I also said the 50-30-20 rule. Some people do their budget by that. Sis earlier said you can do 30-20-10-10-10. That's another way. Me is 0. Whatever comes in is what goes out. I don't do any rules. It's what I can afford. And that's just me. Everybody's different. Living within my means. Yes, sir.
My question is, if you don't have a credit card,
Yeah.
but you live on your debit card,
Yeah.
how does that affect the credit score?
There's no credit. Unfortunately.
Yeah, which is better?
Ah.
No, it's better if you are multi-millionaire. You have to.
So basically, what you have to consider is this, Sissy Yeti, what you have to consider is this. Your credit score is what tells a lender whether you are a good lender, someone that I can lend to, or someone who I can't lend to. If they cannot see within your credit file, because that's where they will all go, that you can maintain, you can pay back whatever money that they borrow you, yeah? If you can't, they won't give you. But if you can, they have to find proof that you can or you cannot.
I was in that school of thought
Yeah.
till about 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yes, I do have a credit card.
Okay.
But I only spend it on flight tickets.
Okay.
Just because if they disappoint, I know I will get my money back.
Yeah.
But I'm talking from a child's perspective here, who's going into adulthood, like him's going to be 18 next month, and you're going to give him a credit card. So can they not look at his debit card and see he's living within his means?
So I thought because I thought there was a way. So I thought the way was because when I first came from Austria to here, that was exactly my situation because I've never had a credit card. So I thought things like on your debit card, if his mobile bill is on a contract, paying your contract off on a monthly basis shows that you're paying off actually. But so your
that's on your credit file.
It's on your credit,
right?
Yes. So it's a debit card payment though.
But that's a credit because you're utilizing the phone that is generating a bill.
Yes, so I'm basically saying if the confidence is maybe the person's not ready.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is
also he's 18, so it's a bit different. So there is a credit transaction there.
Yeah. So my point is for parents that are anxious to give the children a credit card at this stage. If you want your child to build a credit, one way to do it is to get them maybe something like a contract phone, a mobile phone, because so they're building their credit by demonstrating that they're paying off their bill regularly. And then so maybe in due time, it's just to give a balance because
yeah, but there's also
my thought is this. This is my thought. Sooner or later, these 18-year-olds are going to leave home. They're going to have to deal with money. That's one of the reasons we've invited them here today, so that they can hear and have the right relationship with money. So, you see, you cannot shield them by giving them a debit card because they will need a credit card at some point once they begin transactions in life. They get offered this, and even if they don't take it, let's say for example they go on holiday with their friends and they want to rent a car and all that, they will need a credit card. So what we should be doing is this kind of seminar where we are teaching them how to handle money, how to budget, so that they acquire the discipline of dealing with money, so that by the time that they do get a credit card, they already have that discipline of dealing with money, so they don't. I don't know if anybody has read this book by Robert Pittison, The Money Secret. It's a fantastic book. You read through it, and it tells you an interesting story. And the very last line, it tells the last line of the book. It tells you what the money secret is. And it's such an incredible book. So what it is we have to teach the children this, and then give them, let them get into the discipline. That's why we said, start to train them with Go Hungry and those kind of things. Give them a debit card. Give them their pocket money. Let's see how they spend it. Start to teach them. Tell them about tithing. Tell them about not going beyond their budget. So that by the time they are confronted with a credit card, they already have the discipline of how to spend money, and so they don't because there's not, even if you give them a credit card, once they get to university, the banks will all come to them and offer them the credit card. You will not be there.
The other thing I just want to say is that yes, Shala's right with the phone, but there are some companies that will not give you a phone contract without credit. That's all that I can definitely tell you. There are some phone companies that will not give you a contract. One thing I will say, if you're talking about building credit, is just make sure that they are registered on the electoral roll. Once they are registered on the electoral roll, they have their name is on a government document. As long as they have that, I think they should be okay. And plus, they are 18. They're not expected to be spending money. Whereas an adult that is not on a credit file will have a lot of issues with getting credit.
What I wanted to add to that is that I think Pastor has actually said a lot of the things I wanted to say in terms of, for the younger ones, training them. My son, for instance, he has a Revolut card for the past 2 years, which his pocket money goes on, and he learns how to spend money on it, kind of a thing, and that shows responsibility. Now, to Modi's question about wanting to get a credit card without and using it to your advantage, what I would say is, when I was younger, like I told you, I started contracting, I wanted to buy a house. And I started realizing what came with a house, right? At the time I was renting in a council flat. What I did was to, before even trying to pay a mortgage, I would set aside the amount, what is roughly a mortgage for a month. And I would do that for like 6 months, 1 year, just to be sure that if I do get this house, it's the discipline. Remember I talked about discipline and courage, to say, act as if you're living in that house. So a year before I was living in my house, I already knew I could pay for it because I had practiced it. Why did I do that? I would set out as if I was paying mortgage and just say, this is my mortgage. So that, and that's the same thing I did with the credit card, right? When I have my credit card, like I said, I've only paid credit card twice. Payment interest twice. One as I tried, the other one I got back because it was like a default. You can use it to your advantage, but practice first. If you're doubting whether you can handle it or not, think to yourself, what do I want to pay with my credit card? And just act as if you're doing that already and putting that money aside to see whether you can actually do it. And that will give you the confidence, and then you can get the credit card and make it work for you.
Okay, for the young gentleman and Sister Letty's son, there is something that is called a secure credit card, right? I used it in the US because I had no credit history. So what you do is that you put a deposit of your credit limit. So if you default on your payments, there's collateral. So it helps you practice saving, right? Sorry, not saving. It helps you practice spending and paying off your credit card bills. But it's a credit card. They're not a lot. They don't do it a lot in the UK, but there are companies that do it in the UK. So look for those kind of credit cards. The difference is you've got the credit limit. If its credit limit is 500, you have to put £500 of your money in there as collateral, and then use your credit card. You pay. If you do not pay, which they caught me, I didn't understand the way it worked. If you not pay, you pay interest, right? And if you default for the longer time, they will down take it. You pay the interest, and they will take it. You pay the interest, and they will take more money from your collateral, your own physical money. So try and use that and see if you have problems with using credit card, prudently. Try that and see if it works. And then when you see you can manage it, then you can go for the normal credit card. Yeah.
No, I was just going to ask a question about
I think we're talking about building credit. What about loans and things like that? How does that benefit? Because that rich people do talk about loans in a positive way, like they borrow. So is there anything you guys?
That's for the next session. Yeah. Only because, like, I honestly, like, money is a big topic, and it's such. And we didn't want to overwhelm everybody. I mean, which is why we said money mindset. Delve a little bit into like how money can go further, and then budgeting. Don't worry, we've got you. You are going to be inundated with so many things. But yeah, loans, debt, insurance is another one, because I think people don't actually, a lot of people actually don't have insurance, and they don't understand the impact of insurance either. So yeah, there's a lot more to come. We also want to talk about how to make money as well. We just want people to ground themselves on how, when you do have money, to manage it effectively, and then, I'm not ready.
I just wanted to say thank you. That opportunity pot, that's my own.
You turn it to Chanel.
Because you hear, you make more money, you make more money, and you make more money, and this thing is not moving. That's because as you're making, you're increasing the spending. Yeah. Thank you.
That's a really, really good point, because it's so true. Your expenses goes up. Now, one challenge I will give every single person in this room, I think Sister Ife said it first, that acquiring all that we've given you today is just the first step. The second step is now, when you walk out that door, how you're going to act up on this. And my challenge to you all today, from what Sister Ife has just said, if and when, because April is coming up, people in the industry that are getting salaries, your reviews are coming up. Therefore, increases is coming all around. My challenge for you is this: maintain your expenses on what you have today. That increase should be, Shola, my friend, please go back. Go back, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Well, yeah, keep going. No, back that way. Keep going. So, your increase should go into your opportunity fund. That's my challenge to every single person in this room. And Nadia will be sending an email to that effect on the 1st of April, just to check in and make sure that you are all sticking to that challenge. Any more questions? Oh, wow.
Just a couple more things to say about, and the example, you know, the Bible says to follow those who, through faith and patience, have obtained the promises. So well, I'm not sure if Warren Buffett is a Christian or not, but if you look at his lifestyle, he's lived in the same house. He's probably about, maybe things have changed now. They're new, but he's a billionaire, multi-billionaire, times and times over. But he's lived in the same house that he's lived in for over 30 years, even though he's a billionaire. He has a little cottage, 3-bedroom with its house, and stuff. And the guy is one of the wealthiest persons on earth. There's also the story of a pastor that I read so many years. Pastor, you might know him. He was he's not alive now, but back in the, one of the old people. But he got called out, and he said God started to bless him, and he said that he determined that he would always give. He worked at what his earning was. Let's say he was earning £100, and realized that £60 was sufficient for him to live the way he should live, and that he will always give 40% off for missions, giving, doing stuff and everything. And so as he started to do that faithfully, his income grew. And the temptation was to actually increase his spending. But he said he realized that God wanted him to maintain that level. And the more he did it, the more money came in, the more he was able to give. His name eludes me, but I'm just saying that these things are possible. It's determination, it's courage, it's discipline. And then you'll be able to do more later on. Amen. Thank you, Stanley.
Sorry, can I just share something? So in church, I shared about the 1p challenge. Some people have signed up. Some people have signed up. That makes me proud.
Oh, sis, you might need to on Monday to take one from your Monday.
They actually do it automatically. It won't go. Hi, so Monzo has the 1p challenge. All you need to do is sign up to it, right? And they will automatically take the money out of your account. However, you can up it if you want. You can increase the amount if you want, but just be mindful if you're increasing it, you have to have that money in your bank account. Sorry, sis was next.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something that wanted to be one that kind of ties with what you said, and it always stuck with me, and kind of ties with what you said. You know when money comes into your hands?
Yes.
Can we stay together, please? The meeting isn't over yet.
Like when you have that unexpected, someone blesses you or you get that salary, whatever it is, that, and you just spend because it just came in, easy coming and going. But if you give your money a purpose, that stuck with me, giving your money a purpose, so that when it comes, you have specifically purpose for something, then you can always, put it in the right place.
100%, which is why every single money, every single pound in my budget has a name.
Yeah, mine is a more of a coin kind. In terms of giving, yeah, that is where my concern is. Because I would say that some of the points that you mentioned in terms of the debts, number your debts and prioritize. All that were done and everything, things were going well. But when it comes to giving, I was very close, or I'm saying we were very close to maybe getting a property. Then something came up that we have to kind of support, and that went into supporting the person. Then again, starting again, and the same thing kind of happened, but not with a person, but kind of similar situation that we have to kind of divide the money into that. So as we're going through all this, a lot of things are going to my mind. Is that being stupid or what? So
Well, I think I might defer this one to my pastor because my answer might be different, but I'll defer. So Pastor, sis was asking, so on 2 occasions, they were saving money to buy a house. And on both occasions, somebody came to them with a need. So they were very close to buying a house. They now took money out of their pot to now support the person, not once, but twice. So she's asking if that is stupidity or, yeah.
No, it's too difficult.
Okay, thank you, sis. Faith is responding to an instruction by God. Presumption is thinking that an instruction to somebody else will apply to you. Foolishness is when there's no instruction at all. So only you know the answer to that. Did God tell you to give the money to somebody? Now, I was always in the past of the school of thought that it is better to err on the side of generosity. But generosity that is not instructed by God can actually be foolishness or disobedience. It could actually be pride if it is not instructed by God. So that's why what we now do, because I tended to fall on the side of I'd rather give and be wrong than not give. But what we've now learned to do is that I will never give unless I get an assurance that Mommy O has a confirmation. And then we would normally, if it is something that big, where it's money you set aside for a house deposit, we would, after I feel, she feels, we will now ask God to give us independent confirmation. Okay? So I really need us to be wise. Because if you have spent time saving money for a house, and that is what God wanted the money to be used for, and you used it for something else because you were feeling compassionate, that's false compassion. And what will happen is you will now have to go through a period of pain that was not God's appointment for you. So I think it's very, very important that you get a clear word before. And never mind, sometimes people are in such a desperate and they're like, you need to do it now, I need to get it today, otherwise they are going to chase me out. And let me first hear from God. And sometimes, in that kind of emergency, God will actually speak to you. And sometimes before they come, God would already have told you, so I need to get it today. God has already told you, so you just write it out and all that. So that's one answer. The second answer lies again with this budgeting and creating an opportunity fund. Sometimes you may, if you've been budgeting effectively and you have actually created an opportunity fund and you have your money, your fund for your own house you want to buy, and then somebody has a desperate need, you may find that this opportunity fund may be the answer. So that's why budgeting is so, so important. But again, I have an account in Nigeria. I have a GTB account in Nigeria. And when the problems in Nigeria began to intensify, God told me that one of the primary reasons I have that account is to help people who have a need. So when needs arise, because God has already spoken, a lot of times we don't have to pray. Mommy just asked me, somebody has a need, should we give? So how much should we give? So because God has already spoken about that account, and he funds it miraculously. So because he has already spoken, we tend not to, we don't have a problem about using it for that purpose. All right? But if it is an account here and money we have dedicated for something else, then we will really need to pray, and both of us would have to be in agreement. And after the agreement, we will now get a confirmation from an independent witness, and then we would give. And if you have made a mistake and given where you shouldn't have given, repent of it, and the Lord will restore. Because God would restore you for being kind than for being wicked. So don't worry about it. Don't think, oh, we made a mistake and everything. God will he knew your heart was right, in the right place, so he will restore to you the lost years.
Pastor, just before you go, can you repeat what you said earlier? You said faith is following an instruction from God.
Faith is following an instruction from God. Presumption is following somebody else's, a word that somebody else got. And foolishness is there's no word at all. You are just going because it sounds like a good thing.
Sorry, I was just going to say, sis, so one of the things that I live by is that I can't give what I don't have. So that's the first thing. Now, I've put money into pots of money. That's what me and sis was that you don't have that. Because to Rusty's example, school fees is for school fees.
Yeah, spent it.
It's gone. That's school fees for the children. So, and again, it's all about the heart as well. It's about your heart. So don't ever feel like you've done something with stability or anything. At that particular moment, your heart was in the right place
right? And I think it's a good thing to have, but it's like, for me, it's if I can't give you something I don't have. So really and truly, to Pastor's point, were you instructed to give that money? So that's one. And what made you, if you were not instructed, what was in your heart when you gave the money? Because I think sometimes we go with the motions of just doing. Thank you. When, I'm not saying your heart wasn't there, that's not what I'm saying, but I feel sometimes we do just do without
Remy, can I just say, can I give an example? Sorry. So one of the things that I do is, like I said, I have a pause for even giving itself, right? So every month, there are people that give X amount of food. But there are times, there are clear times that God instructs to give money that is way beyond what's in my giving thing, right? So, and those times will be, have to come out from someone else. But that's based on an instruction. Like back in 2023, around about September, we got a clear instruction, Anton and I, to give money to about 4 families that, it shook us, right? But it was clear. And we saw the result immediately of that giving. And I'm not saying that every time you give, there will be a result, because we could have given and there will be nothing, but it's still got instruction. But I'm saying that there are times that you know that this is God. So that trumps your budgeting. Yeah. But on the default, the budgeting is there, and setting aside something for giving. If you are minded to give, Paul says, set aside an amount every week to give. So that's the thing. Set something else.
So thank you, right? Thank you, right? Can I just chip in something? When the giving was being given, it was kind of to suppose with the intention of return. So that's a different.
So I've always been told, never give what you're not ready to get back, what you're not ready to lose, or that it's not gonna. You don't feel that it can come back to you. Like that's why when you lend money, it's always difficult.
It's very important. It's very important. So in that case, when let's say they wanted £5,000, they wanted a loan of £5,000, and you have £5,000. What you are encouraged to do, and the Bible encourages, is that you don't lend them money that you are not ready to lose. So if you give them the 5,000, you lend it to them, you say goodbye to it. If they bring it back, praise the Lord. If they don't bring it back, you are already giving it away. Otherwise, what you do is tell them, I will, instead of lending you 5,000, I will give you 1,000, so you only have to now look for another 4,000 from somewhere else. That 1,000, you don't have to return it. So that way, there's no bad blood, there's no ill feeling and everything. Because money, loans, are the greatest cause of division in families and friends.
The amount that you used to ask and to return is 2 different amounts.
Just to confirm what you're saying, I had a family member who came here recently with his family.